Chapter 2144, Unstoppable. Futian shoved past a lot of people, yet none of them could stop him. Every person who attempted to block Futian was at least a 7th-order Renhuang. People who hadn't reached the high-level Renhuang plane, they didn't even have a chance to make a move. Almost everyone from the ancient royal family was nearby, watching how Futian was marching into the palace as if there were no resistance at all. It seemed that 7th-order Renhuangs weren't capable enough to thwart him. Futian rushed through another area and slowed down his pace as he sensed a ton of formidable energy pressing on him from ahead. Several 8th-order Renhuangs were standing in front of him, blocking his path. They also noticed that Futian was approaching. One of them rose in midair, towering over Futian. In an instant, the sky changed color as thunder rumbled in the dark, rolling clouds. The world was transformed in a flash. Futian felt like he was in the great path domain of thunder. The deafening booms that came from the gigantic thunder drum above the man's head drowned out all other sounds. The terrifying thunder could shatter people's spiritual souls. Futian raised his head and took a quick look. It was a quite unusual divine wheel of the Great Path that contained two types of power of the Great Path of Thunder and the Sonic Wave. It was why it could launch an effective attack on its opponent's physical body and the spiritual soul at the same time. Instead of personally charging at Futian, the 8th-order Renhuang waved his hand at the thunder drum. Bang! The sudden blare almost split everyone's ears. Countless people from the ancient royal family could feel their spiritual souls trembling and their qi and blood surging in their bodies. Even cultivators at the Renhuang plane were greatly affected by the shockwave. One could well imagine how horrifying it must be to be directly struck at the center of the storm. Futian felt that infinite divine thunder crashed down upon him from above, and the blinding light flew at his spiritual soul like blazes. He would be slaughtered immediately if he were a little less strong. The invisible sonic wave spread out from Futian's body. A faint shadow of an ancient Buddha with a ferocious face manifested himself behind Futian. The gilded Buddha cast the golden divine light on Futian as though he dressed him with a set of invincible golden armor. Bang! The blinding light of the thunder crashed down from the sky. It cracked the golden armor and penetrated Futian's body. Glowing with the purple light of the thunder, Futian trembled slightly as he was engulfed by the thunder light. Nevertheless, he remained unscathed even as he was irradiated by the terrifying and ruinous thunder light. He emitted powerful energy of life, which made his body of Wei indestructible. The 8th-order Renhuang frowned in surprise. Futian was trying to bear the attack with his body. Moreover, the thunder light only jolted Futian a little and didn't injure him at all. In the 8th-order Renhuang's eyes, Futian was so arrogant that he didn't take the attack seriously at all. The Renhuang raised his hand and released numerous shadows that smashed into the battle drum of the Great Path. The battle drum started to pound right away, and the horrifying sound wave of the Great Path swept across the world as if the earth was about to crack open. Even the cultivators outside of the palace felt the qi and blood surging and rolling in their bodies. Some groaned in agony, and some were bleeding from their mouths. The people inside the palace were not seriously affected as they were protected by the divine light of the Great Path. But other Renhuangs who were not under the protection suffered the pain and discomfort as well. On the other side, Futian looked like he was about to be devoured by the destructive thunder light. Many Renhuangs were on pins and needles. Would Futian be killed by the ancient royal family if he wasn't strong enough? The ancient royal family would never show any mercy on Futian. It was impossible to control the attack so precisely anyway. The blazing divine light of thunder fell from the sky. Countless pairs of eyes were glued to Futian. Bathing in the dazzling, golden divine light, Futian stood upright and firmly on his feet. His divine body of the Great Path was unbreakable. A scary starry dimension formed around Futian's body. Then it was transformed into a Great Path domain which blocked the devastating attack. Even this won't do. A look of frustration furrowed the 8th-order Renhuang's brow. Could a 5th-order cultivator with a perfect Great Path really possess such strong power? Why don't you take a hit from me too? Futian said. Before his voice faded, A majestic and towering Vajra Buddha took shape and emitted the brilliant light of Buddha. The Buddhist voice reverberated in the air and developed an invisible sound wave in the space. It was the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. Almost instantly, the powerful 8th Order Renhuang felt dizzy and listless. He outstretched his arm, trying to wave at the war drum of lightning again. However, Yi Futian threw a hard punch at him. Innumerable divine monuments smashed down from the sky and squashed everything in the area. At this moment, Yi Futian seemed extra sturdy and imposing in the 8th Order Renhuang's eyes. Fierce and relentless, his strike was developed based on his comprehension and cultivation of the gate to world suppression. The 8th Order Renhuang let out an angry roar. He raised his hand to continue to beat the war drum of lightning, impelling the spine-chilling thunder light to dash against the divine monuments. Nonetheless, an ancient sky tablet that was engraved with words appeared and plummeted from the sky. The 8th Order Renhuang was caught in a crossfire. Bang! With a loud noise, a crack appeared on the battle drum. The 8th Order Renhuang was flung away. He vomited a pool of blood, his face ghastly pale. The 8th Order Renhuang was vanquished. Bang! Yi Futian kept marching forward like a conquering hero. The void trembled beneath his feet. Several 8th Order Renhuangs joined hands and summoned a stunning amount of power of the Great Path. They were ready to attack Yi Futian at the same time. 8th Order Renhuangs can't harm me even when working together, said Yi Futian. Instantaneously, the incoming assailants were encased in Yi Futian's Great Path domain. The light of Buddha, the Buddhist voice, and the divine monument of world suppression bombarded the Renhuangs trapped in the starry dimension. It was a horrific sight. Yi Futian didn't consider 8th Order Renhuangs worthy of his attention. Just when one of the cultivators was about to fight back, Yi Futian kicked it up a notch. A brilliant and magnificent pattern became visible in the starry dimension, and a majestic golden-winged giant peng bird emerged in the sky. The bird was slaughtering various big demon beasts as though it was the king of beasts. The extraordinary phenomenon looked remarkably real. Even old Ma was staggered by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Everyone in the village knew that Yi Futian could comprehend the divine techniques and even cultivate them. Yet, no one realized that he had already achieved so much and could successfully conjure up the extraordinary phenomenon. The divine techniques were the village's unique heritage. How did Yi Futian master the techniques as an outsider? Anyway, Yi Futian managed to do it. He charged at one of the cultivators like the Golden Wing Rock Emperor, who could put any monster to death. Yi Futian's target was busy blocking the attack from the divine monument. He was barely holding up against the divine monument when Yi Futian rushed toward him as the golden-winged giant peng bird. A glint of golden light flashed briefly, and blood sprayed across the sky. Another 8th Order Renhuang was hurled away. He is so powerful. He can defeat an 8th Order Renhuang with one strike. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The terrifying golden-winged giant peng bird soared in the sky and pounced on their enemies. All the 8th Order Renhuangs were brought to their knees in the blink of an eye. No one could block Yi Futian's path. The 8th Order Renhuangs suffered the same fate as the 7th Order ones. They were not good enough to stop Yi Futian. It would be a tremendous feat even if his quest ended here, someone far away from the palace commented. Yi Futian had demonstrated superb strength and talents. No wonder he could become a well-known spokesperson of Four Corner Village in the Donghua domain despite being an outsider. Even Duan Yi and Duan Shong, who were under Old Ma's control, were amazed by Yi Futian's performance so far. They never expected this alchemy grandmaster to have such extraordinary fighting ability. Even 8th Order Renhuangs couldn't stop him from advancing. There were always people better than you, no matter how good you might think you were. Duan Yi's foolish plot against Yi Futian only backfired on himself. While Yi Futian was striding forward, Duan Tianxiong spoke up, everyone below the 9th Order should stay back. Many Renhuangs who attempted to thwart Yi Futian immediately drew back and left the battlefield. They were not capable enough to join the fight and could only watch from the sidelines. A 9th Order Renhuang showed up in front of Yi Futian. He stood firm like an insurmountable mountain that was blocking Yi Futian's way. Yi Futian also stopped and gazed at the middle-aged man in front of him. The man with indomitable spirit put up a stout defense with his presence. Yi Futian's face grew somber. After all, Yi Futian was only a fifth-order Renhuang. His cultivation level was significantly lower than his opponent's. Even though he had activated the Emperor's will to kill someone of the ninth order in the past, he was well aware that a ninth-order Renhuang would be a formidable enemy. Chapter 2145, Invincible Spear. Yi Futian stood there. Then suddenly, a surge of powerful might covered the entire ancient royal family. The feeling was suffocating. Surrounded by divine light, Yi Futian could only feel a divine force pushing against him. It was mighty and reminded him of the feeling of being immobile. In front of him, the ninth realm Renhuang's body emanated a might that felt like it originated from a Tiantian. The Renhuang stared at Yi Futian. A sense of grandeur emanated from his body. This practitioner was a royal member of an ancient royal family. While he was not a core member, he was still powerful. Then, his gaze shifted towards Yi Futian. In that instant, Yi Futian could only sense a powerful force hidden within his gaze, and it was a pressure that came directly from the spiritual soul. The winds and clouds over the ancient imperial city changed their colors as if the entire palace had transformed into his great path of space. Beams of divine light flowed around as the figure of an ancient god appeared. It was stalwart and lofty. Yi Futian raised his head and saw multiple giant god figures appear in the sky. A vast amount of might emanated from each, and every giant god figure, all who were outsiders to the ancient imperial city, trembled in their hearts. The might was too powerful. This was the strength of the ancient royal family of Duan. At that moment, the ninth plane Renhuang moved his body. He took a step forward, and the foot of a Tiantian descended from above. The sky quickly changed color, and the frightening storm pressed against Yi Futian, intending to crush him. All around Yi Futian, the starry Great Path domain was crumbling, stars were breaking into pieces, and the divine monument was cracking. At that moment, everything was going to be destroyed. The space he occupied was about to be completely crushed. Yi Futian's gaze shifted towards the sky. The formless giant leg was stomping downward, intent on crushing everything within its range. He raised both his arms and swung them forward. Instantly, countless doors of space danced forward. These doors of space seemed to have formed a separate independent space until a gigantic light screen of space that devoured everything was formed. When the attacks landed, they directly fell into the doors of space. Boom! From the space, a shockingly loud explosion was heard. After that, the doors of space shattered into pieces. Frighteningly powerful aftershocks continued to descend upon Yi Futian. His body shook violently before falling straight down from the sky, landing upon the light screen covering the ancient royal family. It was extremely heavy. When a type of power of the Great Path reaches a peak level, a mighty force would be created. The ninth plane. It was the peak cultivation level of a Renhuang. The attack of someone so powerful, just how frighteningly strong was it? No matter how talented a person was, it would still be challenging to withstand it. The hearts of those watching from afar skipped a beat when they saw this scene unfold before them. However, this was actually what should have happened. Yi Futian was already freakishly strong, but ultimately, he was limited by the constraints of his plane level. For a person on the 5th plane level to fight against someone on the 9th plane level? It was just incredulous. It was almost impossible. The ability that he had shown at the 5th plane level was already amazing and shocking enough. Rumble. Just as the onlookers were deep in their thoughts, the 9th plane Renhuang continued to walk forward. As he walked, everything around him shook. Every step he took felt as if the mountains and rivers would crumble. The blood of the Renhuangs within the ancient royal family boiled. Some even made some low grunting sounds as they became collateral damage. The huge battle had also affected the other Renhuangs. Meanwhile, Yi Futian was right in the center of the mighty attack. One could only imagine the kind of pressure he was facing. Then, Yi Futian slightly lowered his head. A 9th plane level was still too much for him to deal with, after all. Moreover, he was not your everyday run-of-the-mill 9th plane Renhuang. He was a member of the Duan ancient royal family. Perhaps Yi Futian would only have the strength to fight against 9th plane level figures after reaching the Renhuang 6th plane level. You've done pretty well. This battle today will be enough to spread your name everywhere. However, provoking our great Duan royal family has its price, said the Renhuang loudly. His voice shook and spread all across the land. Just his loud and powerful voice was enough to feel the authority of heaven. When he continued to step forward, Yi Futian made a slight grunting sound. He raised his head and glared straight at the person walking towards him. Then, he said, "Really?" Just as he finished speaking, an immensely powerful and endless aura spread from his body. It was an exuberant life aura. Spiritual wills rose instantly from that point onward. At the same time, a dong sound could be heard between the sky and land as if a heart was beating. Yi Futian's blood boiled in his vessels. Then, a beautiful array of divine light burst forth from his body. It was the light of the demon god. Vong. Strong and billowing winds raged between heaven and earth, and a holy, illusory divine and gigantic peacock that covered the sky appeared. Yi Futian took a step and charged into the sky. He stood at the center of the peacock illusion. The peacock spread its wings like a demon god. Its wings had multiple eyes, each of which released a beam of frightening divine light that created multiple continuous explosions all around his body. As the great path was crumbling, these beams of divine light had directly destroyed the power of the great path pressing against him. At that moment, Yi Futian was like the son of the demon god. Imperial glory and the peacock demon god. The overlord of the Duan ancient royal family's gaze rested on Yi Futian. He heard that Yi Futian was pursued by Ning Yuan from the main house of the Donghua domain because of these. He broke the seal off a ruin, and he had personally witnessed today the true strength of the peacock demon god. Yi Futian extended his hand. Then, suddenly, in his palm, a spear suddenly appeared. Surrounded by a monstrous amount of battle will and devouring tens of thousands of divine light. At that moment, Yi Futian stood there, and he looked like the peerless god of war. Even if facing against a 9th plane level Renhuang, he could still fight. HMPH. A cold grunt was heard. The 9th plane cultivator moved another step forward. This time, a towering tianshan stomped downward with the intent to destroy everything in its path. Yi Futian's figure looked immensely small when compared to the illusory the tianshan. However, the illusory body of the peacock had materialized. Divine lights of the great path were released, and with his body as the center, a frightening and destructive domain was formed. Great path continued to be crushed. Vong. Winds raged as the peacock demon gods flapped its wings. Divine light burst forth and filled the area. Yi Futian raised his arm and thrust his spear towards the illusory tianshan. What followed was a gigantic illusion of a peacock charging towards the tianshan. Countless illusory spears also appeared at the same time. Every spear thrust was like a ray of divine light. The illusory peacock and tianshan clashed together. Great paths were on the verge of crumbling. Many people could only feel heaven and earth breaking apart. Countless rays of divine light struck the body of the tianshan, puncturing and creating multiple holes on its body. After that, the tianshan's illusory body began to crumble and dissolve. He can actually put up a fight against a 9th plane Renhuang? Many people were shocked, and they could not put their shock into words. Was that really just someone on the 5th plane level? At that moment, everyone who was watching the battle seemed to have forgotten Yi Futian's plane level. The only thing they felt was that this was a battle between truly might figures. It was unbelievably intense and crazy. The expression on the face of the 9th plane level Renhuang of the Duan ancient royal family became several degrees colder after he witnessed the scene before him. His expression turned serious. He stepped into the sky. In that instant, the only thing everyone could feel was that the world was crumbling. Countless meteorites fell from the sky towards Yi Futian. Every single one of those meteorites looked like they could shatter the sky. If it were any other common Renhuang, he or she would undoubtedly be crushed instantly. The aura emanating from Yi Futian's body became even wilder. The giant illusory peacock demon god spread its wings. Blades of divine light shot towards those falling meteorites and turned them into dust. Rumble, 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 the sky shook. The space where Yi Futian was located looked like the Tianshan had buried it. The Tianshens looked down at him at the same time. After that, they raised their gigantic legs and stomped toward the space that Yi Futian was in. They wanted to completely bury that space. Heavy. Solemn. Yi Futian's space had turned into an absolute forbidden domain. It looked like everything was about to become still and be destroyed by this great force. Under this great force, Yi Futian was also withstanding a frightening pressure. He felt like he was going to be killed by this great force. Inside his body, his heart beat intensely. Surrounded by divine light, it looked like the heart of a demon god. He had already devoured the divine heart of the peacock. Its power was terrifying. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. In the vast space, the hearts of everyone within also beat intensely, as if they were going to break into pieces. What is this power? They looked toward the direction where they sensed the power came from. It was where Yi Futian was located. The unparalleled power was bursting from his body. The next moment, all they could see were countless blades of beautiful and bright divine lights shooting out. These blades of divine light pierced the sky and destroyed the descending meteorites. The blades of lights looked like the Tianshan's light that destroyed everything in its path. It seemed as if there was nothing they could not destroy. Vong. Yi Futian's body also started to move at that moment. The gigantic illusory peacock's body charged towards a certain direction along with countless blades of divine light. The divine lights merged into the spear, and battle will completely engulfed the entire area. Yi Futian's spear thrust forward. In an instant, one Tianshan turned into dust. The gigantic peacock demon god's illusory body charged towards a location, and it was the location of the 9th plane level Renhuang. His expression changed slightly. A Tianshan appeared near him while a frightening defensive force was formed around him. The gigantic peacock arrived. Yi Futian's spear devoured the divine light and arrived instantaneously. Bang! Everything was going to be crushed. It was invincible. The Tianshan crumbled, and his opponent's defense was instantly dissolved. A spear directly arrived right in front of the 9th plane level Renhuang. A terrifying storm of the great path raged and caused the long hair and shirt of the Renhuang to flutter and dance wildly. Two mighty power of the great path had clashed together. However, Yi Futian's spear did not reach its target. Otherwise, it would have already broken through his opponent's defensive power of the great path and pierced right between his eyes. The 9th plane level Renhuang stared at the white-haired figure in front of him intensely. The two bright eyes first showed shock. Then, they became darker. Finally, it was a look of relief. He lamented quietly, "The youth has surpassed the older generation." After that, he turned around and walked toward a certain place. He bowed to Duan Tianxiong and said, "This subordinate is useless." A 9th plane level Renhuang was not able to block Yi Futian's attack. Defeat. The Duan ancient royal family became eerily quiet. No one thought that Yi Futian would ever get this far. A 9th plane level Renhuang was defeated by a 5th plane level Renhuang. It was as if there was nothing that could stop him from moving forward. On that day, was the ancient royal family of Duan that controlled the giant god's continent about to be broken by Yi Futian alone? It looks like the Shangqing domain will soon have another famous great figure, thought the practitioners outside the palace. Their hearts shivered. The Shangqing domain did not have that many great figures of this caliber. Chapter 2146, Concessions. On this day, whether or not Yi Futian could utterly defeat the ancient royal family of Duan or not, his name would spread worldwide. This battle would make him famous. A person at the 5th plane level had actually infiltrated the ancient royal family of Duan. 7th and 8th plane level Renhuangs could barely last a round against him. And even when a 9th plane level Renhuang appeared, he was still defeated by the hands of Yi Futian. This battle record of his was completely unheard of. The ancient royal family of Duan's giant god's continent was a middle 3 heavens of the upper 9 heavens. Yi Futian being able to break into the ancient royal family of Duan meant that he who was at the 5th plane level had already made his way into the ranks of some of the mightiest cultivators of Shangqing domain. He was truly a 5th plane mighty figure. Old Ma was also shocked by the strength displayed by Yi Futian over the course of this battle. So, the divine technique of Four Corner Village was only the icing on an already amazing cake that was Yi Futian. The techniques and skills that he possessed were already so amazingly powerful. A person like him was definitely not any weaker than the awakened people in their village. Yi Futian was truly a person who could lead Four Corner Village forward in the future. Master could not leave Four Corner Village. Yi Futian could become the representative of Four Corner Village. After all, after Four Corner Village entered the world, they had to stand on the peak of the Shangqing domain. He himself was not sufficient, they needed someone even stronger to stand up. It was not that Old Ma was too ambitious, but it was necessary. Considering everything that had happened up to that point, if Four Corner Village were not powerful, could not even exist in the world, their Four Corner Village was more special than any other factions. As such, they had to stand on the top. At that moment, within the ancient royal family, figures stepped into the air one by one. They appeared in front of Yi Futian. It was not a lot of people, and they stood in different locations. However, the aura emanating from each of them was terrifying. A strong and oppressive pressure radiated from them. They released the aura from their bodies, and it looked like they were just as powerful as the 9th plane level Renhuang that Yi Futian had just defeated earlier. While there was not a lot of them, they were truly the strength of the ancient royal family of Duan. Apart from the Overlord, they were the key reason why the ancient royal family of Duan could conquer the giant gods continent. Each of them was a mighty figure that could completely change the world just from a few stomps if they wanted to. Some of them were even figures that the practitioners of the ancient royal family rarely saw in their daily lives. They only stepped up after Yi Futian defeated the 9th plane level Renhuang. Clearly, they were shocked by the battle, hence, why they stepped out of the land of cultivation. For example, in a spot further away from Yi Futian, somewhere deep within the ancient royal family's base, an elder stood on top of an ancient palace. He donned a simple long robe, but the power radiating from his body gave a sense that he was immovable. He was an elder of the ancient royal family. He spent most of his days deep in cultivation but was alerted and stepped out due to the earlier fight. Seeing the appearance of these people, the hearts of the outsiders watching the battle shivered intensely. It looked like even though Yi Futian had defeated a 9th plane level Renhuang, defeating the ancient royal family of Duan was quite impossible. The difficulty was immense. Even some ancient and old monsters had now appeared. In this place, it was a given that figures who had reached the peak of the Renhuang for many years and were single-mindedly dedicated to breaking their shackles so that they may reach the next level existed. Such figures were too frightening. None of these people would be easy to deal with. For Yi Futian to go through them and defeat them one by one, it was simply an impossible task. However, after the battle, no one would ever underestimate Yi Futian. Even if he were to lose right now, his name would still spread far and wide. His exceptional battle record since stepping into the palace was enough. Among the ranks of 9th plane level Duan ancient royal family cultivators, there was a person who was at the 6th plane level. This person was extremely talented, and his aura was exceptional. Even when he was standing among a group of esteemed 9th plane level cultivators, he did not seem out of place. The might of the great path emanating from his body was not inferior in any way. This person was the prince of the Duan ancient royal family, Duan Qiong. Before, he thought that Yi Futian had bitten off more than he could chew. He was sure that Yi Futian would not be able to get past him. Yi Futian was a 5th plane level Renhuang with a perfect grade great path. However, he was a 6th plane level Renhuang who also had a perfect grade great path. They both possessed perfect grade great paths. The difference in their plane level was insurmountable. Not to mention, he was the prince of a royal family. It was natural that he had absolute confidence in himself. Yi Futian's arrival was simply the delivery of some divine techniques. However, right then, even though he still did not think that Yi Futian was capable of defeating the ancient royal family, at the very least, he was not confident enough to say that Yi Futian's combat strength was beneath him. There was even a high probability that Yi Futian was stronger than him. Duan Qiong, what do you think your chances of winning are if you were to fight him? At that time, someone's voice reached his ears. It was the overlord, Duan Tianxiong's voice, asking him a question. Not much chance at all, answered Duan Qiong. The power emanating from Yi Futian's body, the demonic imperial divine brilliance made him feel, albeit slightly, that if he were faced against Yi Futian's attack, it was likely that he would not be able to withstand more than a few strikes. Yes, answered Duan Tianxiong. The Donghua domain actually let someone like this go. Since Ning Yuan did not keep him for himself, he should not have let him leave the Donghua domain alive. He would most definitely haunt him in the future. It is no wonder they sent 2 such amazingly strong cultivators from the Donghua domain to Four Corner City. It looks like they have also realized that. And now, we are also at a crossroads and need to make a choice. Tell me what you think. Duan Qiong instantly understood what his father meant. His father said that since Ning Yuan did not use Yi Futian, he should not have let him leave. He should have killed him. Now, the ancient royal family of Duan should consider how they want to interact with Yi Futian. They needed to consider the relationship between them. Defeating Yi Futian and taking the divine techniques meant that they would become enemies. Four Corner Village would never forget this, and Yi Futian would most likely remember it as well. Then, it was highly probable that they would end up as enemies. Based on his father's words, an enemy like that should not be left alone and must either be killed immediately, or they should not make a potential enemy like that in the first place. Even though, at that moment, Yi Futian could not yet threaten the ancient royal family of Duan, what about the future? He was only at the 5th plane level at the moment. Once he stepped into the 9th plane, if he still maintained his perfect grade great path, just how strong would he be? Father, killing Yi Futian is the equivalent of starting a war with Four Corner Village. Moreover, under the circumstances of today, it is quite immoral and shameful. Furthermore, the master of Four Corner Village is an unknown factor. Also, Duan Yi and Sister Shong are in their hands. This choice would be quite dangerous, analyzed Duan Qiong. Then, he said, as such, I suggest we give it up. Yes, answered the overlord Duan Tianxiong. It looks like we have to give up the divine techniques. The cultivation of the divine technique is to give our Duan family another method. It won't change anything essentially, answered Duan Qiong. But, one of the 7 great divine techniques of Four Corner Village is somewhat similar to the power that we cultivate. We had wanted to take it to see how we can assimilate the technique into our cultivation. But since we've already reached this step, we can forget about it, Duan Tianxiong said. He had already made up his mind. Just as Duan Qiong said, killing Yi Futian was, in truth, an unwise choice. It was not possible to do that. Now that the battle had already reached this stage, ignoring his position, he actually admired this youngster a lot. His achievements in the future could be incredible. If he chose not to kill Yi Futian, it would mean that he had no choice but to give up the divine techniques. Yi Futian did not know what Duan Tianxiong was thinking. He continued forward. The peacock divine light on his body shone brightly as he held the spear in his hand. He stepped forward toward another cultivator at the 9th plane level. At the same time, the 9th plane cultivator released a shocking aura. His face was solemn. He treated the battle seriously. After the previous battle, who would dare underestimate the 5th plane level Ren Huang in front of them? That is fine. At that moment, a sound suddenly rang in the air. Gazes shifted quickly towards the person who spoke. It was actually the overlord of the Duan ancient royal family, Duan Tianxiong. That's enough. You can step back, said Duan Tianxiong. The 9th plane Renhuang looked at his overlord with a slightly confused face. However, he still obeyed the command and stepped back. Yi Futian was also similarly confused. He looked at Duan Tianxiong, perplexed. Duan Tianxiong looked at Yi Futian and said with a loud voice, "While the battle today has not finished, the ancient royal family of Duan has lost. For so many powerful cultivators to fight a Ren Huang of the 5th plane, even if we win at this stage, it would still count as a defeat. So, there is no need to continue fighting." Many people had looks of realization on their faces after hearing Duan Tianxiong's words. Indeed, the ancient royal family of Duan's 9th plane figures had appeared, but so what if they defeated Yi Futian? Even if they had won, it would still count as a defeat. However, they would be able to get their hands on the divine technique. The battle itself did not really have much meaning. Yi Futian's battle had proven that he was strong. Yi Futian, a younger generation 5th plane Ren Huang, has defeated members of our Duan ancient royal family. With your own strength, you entered our palace. Even though I'm a little bit annoyed, I have to admit that no one in our Duan family can stand head-to-head against you in terms of abilities. This battle can be considered a lesson to them all. Let's leave this matter as it is, Duan Tianxiong said, addressing Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at him oddly and said, "So, let them go." Duan Tianxiong looked toward a direction. Yi Futian's gaze shifted there, and after a brief moment, from the depths of the palace, two figures leaped across the sky and moved towards them. One of them was Fangari, while the other one, a person who had a few points of similarities to Fangari, was naturally Fang Huan. "Thank you for obliging, Lord," Yi Futian said to Duan Tianxiong with a polite bow. This young one also experienced great pressure in the last battle. "If I were to keep fighting, there's a high chance I will lose. My actions today were also because I had no choice. Now that you have fulfilled my quest, this young one is immensely grateful." With the other person being the lord of a royal family whose side still held the initiative, Yi Futian was naturally not going to make a fuss about it, especially since it was the overlord who was willing to take a step back and end things peacefully. After all, if their opponents were to keep going on forcefully, they would not have had any other choice. Old Ma was also very grateful after seeing this. He did not expect things to end early. He was also anxious about Yi Futian earlier. The ancient royal family of Duan willingly letting their captives go was, naturally, the best result they could wish for. He also let go of Duan Yi and Duan Shong and said, "Apologies for the offense." The two who were freed were also incredibly grateful. They leaped into the air and stepped back into the sky above their ancient royal family palace. They gazed at Yi Futian. They would most likely never forget the battle on this day. The alchemy grandmaster had actually struck and successfully infiltrated their ancient royal family of Duan all by himself. If things were to continue, no one would know what would have happened. Even though Yi Futian humbly said that he would lose, no one really knew how things would end for events that did not transpire. Yi Futian also gave the ancient royal family some face. Both sides had made concessions to end this debacle. The father and son duo of Fangari and Fang Huan met up with Yi Futian and Old Ma. Fangari's gaze fell on Yi Futian. His heart was filled with emotions. It looked like pushing Yi Futian for the position back then was the right choice. Nonetheless, the old him never would have anticipated something like this happening today. Yi Futian attacked the ancient royal family alone to save the two of them. It was a battle between him and the ancient royal family of Duan's overlord. While the battle had not yet ended completely, Yi Futian's domineering and overbearing strength had completely convinced Duan Tianxiong, the overlord of the Duan family. They naturally understood that Duan Tianxiong freeing the two of them early was due to Duan Tianxiong realizing Yi Futian's limitless potential. He most likely did not want to become Yi Futian's enemy in the future, which was why he took a step back and released the two of them early instead of letting the battle continue. "Thank you for your hard work," Fangari thanked Yi Futian. "I'm just glad you're both fine," Yi Futian answered with a casual smile. "I heard father said that Fang Kun had found himself a teacher. I was worried about who the teacher was, whether he could teach Fang Kun or not. But now, it looks like I worried for nothing." "This is Fang Kun's luck," Fang Huan said, which made Yi Futian look toward him. While Fang Huan's hair was a little messy, his outstanding aura could still be felt. His bright eyes and piercing gaze showed that he possessed an exceptional aura. "Fang Kun is brilliant. He does not need much teaching," answered Yi Futian with a chuckle. Fang Huan nodded and bowed slightly to Old Ma. "Uncle Ma, after several years of not seeing each other, I see that you've matured some more," said Old Ma with a laugh. In truth, he had become very seasoned. Back when he left, he looked green and young, and traces of his age were nowhere to be found. It looked like he had experienced a lot over the past decade. Then, at that moment, someone said, "Fang Huan." They turned around to look at the source of the voice. It was Duan Tianxiong. Then, he said loudly, "With regards to the event of the past, Both sides had faults. However, we will forget about it completely. Let's treat it as if nothing had happened before and forget about everything. What do you say? Fang Huan nodded. I was also in the wrong in that incident. Since Your Highness is willing to forget about it, I have no qualms about it. Both were exceptional people. They would not let themselves be tangled in something like that for a long time. Both sides had lost some face. However, now that they had both decided to take a step back to resolve this grudge match, they would not keep dwelling on it. They had at least that amount of magnanimity. All right. Since that is settled, we understand that Mr. Ma and everyone from Four Corner Village came from afar. What say you we sit down, have a drink, and bury the hatchet? We can also use it to celebrate Four Corner Village's entry into the world. Duan Tianxiong said. Then, he asked, what do you say? If Your Highness is willing to hold a banquet, we would be honored to attend, Old Ma replied. The implication of Duan Tianxiong holding a banquet for them was not only just that they had buried the hatchet, but there was also the recognition of Four Corner Village's entry into the world. To the current Four Corner Village, it had an extraordinary meaning. Naturally, there was no downside to having an additional faction recognize them. Perhaps enemies could become friends. Who's to say what could happen? Now that they had entered the world to cultivate, it was natural that they had to consider many things. Very straightforward. Please, go ahead, Duan Tianxiong said. After that, he strode downward. Old Ma and the others followed behind. Inside and outside of the ancient royal family of Duan's palace, all the practitioners felt as if they were inside a dream. A raging battle had suddenly de-escalated. In addition to that, the two sides involved in the battle decided to bury the hatchet just like that, and they were even going to drink liquor together. Not long ago, Fang Gari was still a prisoner of the ancient royal family. Then, in the blink of an eye, he had become a VIP guest. The switch of position was so drastic and fast that many still could not wrap their head around it. And the one that caused all these to happen was not any of the big shots from the Four Corner Village. Instead, it was the exceptional and stylish white-haired youngster called Futian. His name would spread far and wide because of this battle. Moreover, it had made the overlord of the ancient royal family of Duan recognize his strength and want to interact with him. Of course, considering the strength displayed by Futian in the battle, Duan Tianxiong's admiration and recognition of him was more than expected. Inside the ancient royal family base, a banquet was set up in front of a large hall. All the core figures of the ancient royal family of Duan were present. The Duan ancient royal family overlord Duan Tianxiong, the Crown Prince Duan Qiong, and the Prince Duan Yi and Princess Duan Shong and others. Duan Tianxiong sat in the main seat. The number one person on the guest side of the seats was Old Ma, and directly opposite him was the Crown Prince Duan Qiong. After Old Ma, the seats were occupied by Fang Gari, Futian, and the others. Before long, delicacies and cuisine were served. Beautiful women surrounded them as food and liquor were served up. It was a very harmonious atmosphere. There were no signs of a battle or grudge remaining. It even looked as if they were friends who had come to visit. I've always had a wish to go walk around Four Corner Village and visit the master since a long time ago. However, due to the prohibition order, I have never been able to head there personally. Nonetheless, I have been an admirer of Four Corner Village for many years. I wanted to get my hands on the divine technique this time because the cultivation technique of our royal family is somewhat similar to one of the divine techniques of Four Corner Village. That's why I wanted to take a look, said Duan Tianxiong. He did not have any reservations and spoke his mind. Since they had already made peace with each other, there was no need to avoid the topic. Indeed. Old Ma nodded. The divine technique inherited by the Shi family was similar to the cultivation technique of the ancient royal family. It was also one of the 7 great divine techniques passed down from their ancestors, the Starry War Song. Its attack power was extremely strong, and its impact frightening. Naturally, Futian also knew of this technique. He had even cultivated it a little. Many years ago, the Shangqing domain was very respectful to Four Corner Village. Otherwise, we would not have sent people over there to obtain great path opportunities generation after generation. However, Four Corner Village's decision to enter the world has caused many factions to raise their guard. That's also one of the reasons why everyone keeps testing you. However, after today's incident, we, the Duan family, are no longer an enemy of Four Corner Village, Duan Tianxiong said. Then, he continued to say, after drinking this cup, every unhappy thing or incident that took place in the past will no longer be brought up. As he spoke, he raised his cup to Old Ma and the others. Everyone raised their cups and drank their liquor all in one go. They smiled and forgot old grudges and all other unhappy things. The Four Corner Village itself is already very mysterious and powerful. I would never have thought that the Donghua domain would send such an exceptional person away to the Four Corner Village. I wonder what Ning Yuan, the chief of the Donghua domain's main house, was thinking, Duan Tianxiong said while looking at Yi Futian. He continued, did he not try to recruit you into the main house of the domain? He had heard of the incidents that took place in the Donghua domain. It caused quite a ruckus. The Millet Emperor had started a war against the main house's chief Ning Yuan behind the back of Wangshan Watchtower. As such, news of this had also spread to the other domains. The incident did not shine a very positive light on Ning Yuan. However, concerning the specifics of what had happened, that was unclear to Duan Tianxiong. After all, he did not try very hard to get the details. Elder, you might find this funny, but back when I accompanied Wangshan Watchtower to the Donghua Heavens to take part in the Donghua banquet organized by the domain's main house, my original intention was to join the domain's main house, Yi Futian said while laughing at himself. Back then, he wanted to rely on the main house and deal with some potential threats. Oh! Duan Tianxiong looked surprised. They did not take in a monstrously powerful person like him even when he went to them himself. In truth, before I participated in the Donghua banquet, the chief of the domain's main house, Ning Yuan, had already allied with the Lingxiao Palace and the Great Yang ancient royal family to deal with Wangshan Watchtower. However, Wangshan Watchtower only thought that the latter two were targeting them. They did not know that Ning Yuan was behind the plan. We went there without knowing it, but our enemies had already planned and set up everything in advance so that they could kill the practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower, including me, answered Yi Futian. Understood, Duan Tianxiong nodded. Then, he said, that means that your respective positions were already set in stone before you'd even met. By the time Ning Yuan realized your talent, he would only want to kill you as soon as possible so that he may eliminate any future problems. That's right. Yi Futian nodded. I'm afraid Ning Yuan will regret this in the future, Duan Tianxiong said with a laugh. If I were Ning Yuan, I would also most likely try to eliminate you. There would be too many future problems. You should be careful when you are moving about outside in the future. This young one knows. Yi Futian nodded. Naturally, he understood this. Now, you have Four Corner Village behind you. Even Ning Yuan would have to be cautious with you. I'm sure he isn't very comfortable right now, said Duan Tianxiong, laughing. It was easy for him to understand what Ning Yuan was feeling. When he made his decision earlier, he had considered similar factors. I noticed that you have quite a variety of cultivation techniques. I'm sure you did not only cultivate and train at Wangshan Watchtower, right? I'm guessing you were already pretty talented and amazing before that. Moreover, you also excel at alchemy. Do you not have your own family faction? At that time, the Crown Prince Duan Qiong looked at and asked Yi Futian curiously. I come from the original realm, Yi Futian replied. It was not a secret. Anyone would easily find out where he was from as long as they did some digging into the events that transpired in the Donghua domain. Duan Qiong was stunned. He had heard of the original realm before. He was quite shocked and never thought that Yi Futian was a practitioner from the original realm. With that, everything was possible. They did not understand the original realm and only heard that the original realm was the source of everything. However, it had long waned. Many years ago, the channel to the original realm was opened. Many people went there to look for opportunities. That included some of the top factions of the Divine Prefecture. Of course, some of the factions already had ties with the original realm. It looked like Yi Futian's experiences were very complicated. It was also impossible for them to know what kind of environment helped create such an exceptional person. Brother Yi's cultivation techniques are incredibly powerful. You excel at multiple types of great path, and your strength is profound that you make us ashamed of ourselves, said Duan Qiong. In the earlier battle, Yi Futian showed different types of power, and each one of them was very powerful. Your Highness, your praise is too much, answered Yi Futian with a chuckle. You're both going to be the best of the best in the future. You should interact with each other more, said Duan Tianxiong. He hoped that Yi Futian could become friends with his offspring. Most certainly. Moreover, I sure had some luck with Brother Duan and Princess Shong, said Yi Futian while laughing. He raised his cup apologetically to the two. What the Grandmaster said is right. Duan Yi raised his cup while smiling forcefully. He spoke and ridiculed himself a little. Your Highness the Prince and Princess, I hope you don't bear a grudge, said Yi Futian apologetically. Then, he raised his cup and drank it all in one shot. The two also drank their cups. The situation had already reached this stage, so it was natural for them to keep the past in the past. Moreover, the issue between them was not big. Haha. Duan Tianxiong found the young ones interesting and let out a hearty laugh. After that, he looked at Old Ma and Fangari. Then, he raised his cup and said, "We will drink too." Old Ma and Fangari raised their cups and drank together. The banquet was filled with laughter, and the atmosphere was excellent. Seeing the atmosphere at the banquet, no one would have been able to guess that the two sides were engaged in a huge battle that shook the entire continent. While everyone was drinking to their heart's content at the banquet, Overlord Duan Tianxiong said to Old Ma, "I have a suggestion. How about we build a teleportation grand matrix between Four Corner City and Giant God City?" It meant that people living in the two cities could teleport through the teleportation grand matrix rather than traveling all the war across the continent. Since Four Corner Village has joined the rest of the world, you certainly need to establish contact with the upper 9 heavens. It would cost everyone tremendous effort and time if they had to travel across the continent each time. However, with a teleportation grand matrix, the villagers could get to Giant God City right away or use it as a transfer station if they wish to visit other places in the upper 9 heavens, said Duan Tianxiong. Giant God City was located in the middle 3rd heavens of the upper 9 heavens, an integral part of the 9 heavens continents. Meanwhile, the Four Corner continent was in a remote area that was far away from everywhere else. Although master cultivators like Old Ma had no problem traveling across the continent, it was rather time-consuming for other people. Old Ma pondered for a while. It was a nice proposal that would benefit Four Corner Village a great deal. Duan Tianxiong obviously wanted to establish a friendship with Four Corner Village. However, courtesy demanded reciprocity. Four Corner Village had to pay Giant God City in some way if they wished to gain from Duan Tianxiong's work. Old Ma, I think it's feasible, said Fangari. Old Ma also nodded and said, in that case, we will have to trouble Brother Duan. Old Ma felt comfortable with addressing Duan Tianxiong less formally now. It's not a big deal. I will personally order people to build the teleportation grand matrix. In the future, if Futian or anyone else in the village wants to cultivate in the upper 9 heavens, they can come to Giant God City and spend some time in my palace. We will have more chances to hang out together and exchange ideas, Duan Tianxiong said with a smile. As the saying went, out of blows, friendship grows. Duan Tianxiong had started to appreciate Yi Futian for the talents he displayed during the fight. He had also grown to respect the magical Four Corner Village. Since he decided not to hanker after the divine techniques anymore, it would hurt him to become friends with Yi Futian and Four Corner Village. All right, Old Ma nodded and said, the cultivators of the ancient royal family of Duan can also come to visit our village through the teleportation grand matrix. Duan Tianxiong cracked a smile and glanced at Old Ma, who apparently knew to reciprocate the gesture. He nodded and said, we thank you for your hospitality in advance. Our youngsters have long been yearning for a visit to the village. I will surely send them here to feel the magic of Four Corner Village personally. That way, I will be able to come to invite Brother Yi to join me if there is anything exciting happening in the upper 9 heavens. Duan Qiong chimed in with a broad grin on his face. I'm new to the Shangqing domain. Brother Duan, I indeed have to trouble you to take me along if anything is exciting. Yi Futian nodded and replied. He didn't turn down Duan Qiong's kind offer. There were many cultivation opportunities in the divine prefecture. He couldn't stay in the village and cultivate in seclusion forever. Sooner or later, he had to go out and see the world. Duan Qiong had more access to information here. Yi Futian would join him gladly if he found some cultivation opportunities. Now that the ancient royal family of Duan had taken the initiative to befriend Four Corner Village, Yi Futian certainly wouldn't reject them. It was always better to have more friends, even if they had ulterior motives behind their kindness. At this stage of the game, no one would spend time on people from whom they couldn't benefit. Yi Futian was well aware that he could never have genuine friendship here as he had experienced in the lower worlds. He couldn't find more real friends like Yu Sheng, Wu Qing, or his senior brother. Yi Futian and the others bid their goodbyes and left after the banquet. After they were gone, countless people fervently discussed what happened here in Giant God City. The ancient royal family of Duan captured people from Four Corner Village and interrogated them about the divine techniques. Four Corner Village sent envoys to negotiate, while Yi Futian disguised as an alchemy grandmaster to approach the prince and princess. He took them as hostages and rose to fame by successfully forcing his way into the palace. The two sides somehow established a friendship after the fight and enjoyed a grand banquet in the palace. The dramatic turns of events almost seemed surreal. People heard that even Duan Qiong, the extraordinary crown prince of the ancient royal family of Duan, admitted his inferiority to Yi Futian with regret. The remarkable cultivator from Four Corner Village was allegedly more talented than anyone in the ancient royal family of Duan. Later, a piece of news came from the palace. The overlord had ordered people to build a teleportation grand matrix to connect Giant God's City and Four Corner City. The announcement astonished everyone again. Nevertheless, the teleportation grand matrix was beneficial to cultivators in the Giant God's continent as well. They would be able to visit Four Corner City through the matrix. In addition, Yi Futian's reputation grew far and wide, beyond the Giant God's continent. Nevertheless, none of these was Yi Futian's concern for now. Yi Futian and the others returned to Four Corner Village. Everyone was exhilarated to see Old Ma, and Yi Futian came back with Fang Huan and Fang Gari. A person sprinted over from afar and stopped in front of everyone. It was Fang Kun. Ling, Tai Tu, and other kids followed Fang Kun behind. A lot of villagers were also coming, including several elders. Grandpa! Fang Kun shouted at Fang Gari. However, he was tongue-tied when he looked at Fang Huan. Fang Kun was only a young child when Fang Huan left the village. Now, he was a 15-year-old teenager. It was fair to say that Fang Huan wasn't a responsible parent. Fang Kun hadn't met his father for many years and didn't have many memories about him either. Even so, he always remembered that his father left the village and put him into his grandpa's care after his mother's cultivation accident. Therefore, Fang Kun still had strong feelings for Fang Huan even though they hadn't seen each other in years. Fang Kun! Fang Huan stepped forward with a smile. He gently rubbed Fang Kun's head and said, "You have grown up." Fang Kun looked up at his father and said quietly, "Dad." "Yes." A big grin spread across Fang Huan's face. He struggled in the outside world for many years and lived through all kinds of experiences. But there was no place like home. All the villagers present smiled with gratification and muttered, "It's good you're back." "As long as you're back." "Old Ma, good job." An old man expressed his approval. "It had nothing to do with me." Old Ma laughed. "Futian brought them back. I probably wouldn't be able to save them if not for him." Many people were puzzled. Blind Tai asked, "What happened?" After Old Ma briefly recounted the story, the villagers started to see Yi Futian in a new light. They held him in even higher regard and finally accepted him as one of them. Before this incident, although Yi Futian had done many things for the villagers and became one of the 7 elders, he was always an outsider rather than a native born and raised in the village. Inevitably, people were more or less on their guard around him. However, Yi Futian single-handedly barged into the palace of the ancient royal family and saved Fang Huan and Fang Gari when they fell into dire straits. Even Shi Kuei and Ji Yu Huai couldn't help but treat Yi Futian with more respect now. "Thank you, Master, Fang Kun bowed to Yi Futian and spoke loudly. The young people in the village had accepted and approved Yi Futian a long time ago. After all, they were more trusting and open and were willing to get close to anyone who treated them well. Yi Futian was the person who helped little Ling and Duo Yu find their destinies. Fang Kun and Tai Tu also received significant help from him. Of course, Fang Kun would worship Yi Futian even more after he saved his father. You don't need to be so courteous to me. Yi Futian flicked Fang Kun's forehead. Fang Kun looked up and flashed a silly grin. He didn't seem as mischievous as usual. Fang Huan spent so many years outside and finally came back. We must have a grand celebration. Should we prepare a banquet? An old man suggested. Good idea. We should celebrate the bright future of the village. Everyone was on board. The warm welcome also brought a smile to Fang Huan's face. Home sweet home, Fang Gari said to Fang Huan in a low voice. He wondered if Fang Huan was still the same person after spending such a long time in the outer realms. He heard several years ago that Fang Huan had gained considerable fame in the outer realms. He could only wish that his son didn't turn into another Muyun Lan. Fang Gari still felt a strong sense of belonging to the village. Yes, Fang Huan nodded and answered. Indeed, he was moved by the warmth and love of the villagers. He raised his head to check out the village and felt like he was in a dream. Everything seemed to be different now. All the divine techniques have come out. It would help if you talked to Futian more. Maybe you can have a chance to gain another awakening and cultivate the miniature world, Fang Gari said. Sure. I will cultivate in seclusion for a while in the village, Fang Huan nodded and replied. He was currently a 7th order Ren Huang. If he could break through into the 8th order, no one except for the master cultivators would be able to defeat him. It was a particularly joyful day in Four Corner Village. Fang Huan cultivated in the village and spent a lot of time with Yi Futian in the following days. He soon attained the miniature world and became even stronger. On the other hand, Yi Futian also cultivated studiously while coaching the youngsters at the same time. During this time, powerful cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan in the Giant Gods continent worked alongside matrix sorcerers to build a teleportation grand matrix in Four Corner City. The news created a huge buzz. The direct transportation between Giant Gods City and Four Corner City indicated that Four Corner Village and the ancient royal family of Duan had established a friendly alliance. It was more than a mutual acknowledgement between two top forces. Other top forces probably wouldn't make a prey of Four Corner Village after learning about this. Year 10061 in the Divine Prefecture calendar. A large group of people with majestic bearing arrived at Four Corner City through the teleportation Grand Matrix and headed straight to Four Corner Mountain. Their arrival set tongues wagging in the city. Many people already figured out that they were cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan. Rumor had it that Crown Prince Duan Qiong was here. Before long, Yi Futian, who was cultivating in the village, received the news as well. The ancient royal family of Duan came to visit Four Corner Village. Led by Crown Prince Duan Qiong, they specifically asked to meet with Yi Futian. Soon after he got the news, Yi Futian saw several people walking over to him from afar. They spoke simultaneously, Brother Yi. Sitting under the ancient tree, Yi Futian recognized that they were Duan Qiong, Duan Yi, and Duan Shong. Chapter 2149, Big Change. Brother Duan, Yi Futian greeted Duan Qiong. Duan Qiong and the others came over and checked out the cultivation site. They looked up at the extraordinary phenomena in the sky and the magical ancient tree and exclaimed, "For Corner Village is indeed a marvelous place now. This could be considered a holy land for cultivation. Brother Duan, you can stay and cultivate here for a few days if you'd like," Yi Futian smiled and said. "I would love to do that. However, I'm coming for something else this time," Duan Qiong replied. Intrigued, Yi Futian asked, "What is it?" Duan Qiong personally came all the way from Giant God City for something other than cultivating in the village. It must be a crucial and urgent matter. We got the news from the domain chief's manor in the upper 9 heavens of the Shangqing domain. It said that some changes may happen in the divine prefecture soon. Perhaps they will summon powerful cultivators from the 18 domains in the divine prefecture. At this point, the domain chief's manor has issued an order to call for representatives from various top forces to discuss what lies ahead. Has Four Corner Village received the news? Duan Qiong asked. No, we haven't, Yi Futian shook his head and answered. Some changes in the Divine Prefecture? Duan Qiong specifically said the Divine Prefecture rather than the Shangqing domain or other domains. Yes, we heard that it has something to do with the original realm. There are some conflicts between the Divine Prefecture and other forces. Maybe there is another war coming, Duan Qiong continued. You came from the original realm. I suppose you know something about this. A surprised look crossed Yi Futian's face. Of course, he knew something about it. Only equally powerful forces could be in opposition to the Divine Prefecture. There were some conflicts for sure when Yi Futian was still in the original realm. The Dark Court, the empty Divine Realm. Some of the most powerful forces in the world took part in the mess in the original realm. Even so, Yi Futian thought that the Divine Prefecture had already controlled the situation. Did the tension and hostilities become worse now? I do know a little. Yi Futian nodded. Okay, Duan Qiong nodded and continued. As you can imagine, there will be disastrous consequences if a war on this scale breaks out. It has been peaceful for almost 400 years since the great emperor unified the Divine Prefecture. We built up our home little by little during this time. But I'm afraid that all the cultivators in the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture would be in peril if a war breaks out. Dong Huang, the great emperor, unified the Divine Prefecture and promoted martial arts. He usually stayed out of trivial matters and let people develop freely. Nevertheless, the entire Divine Prefecture surely would be tightly governed by the Dong Huang Imperial Palace during wartime. No one could escape from the fate of fighting in the war. Moreover, it was impossible to imagine how war at this level would end. Many continents would collapse and perish. It's that serious already? Asked Yi Futian. We're not there yet, of course. But I heard that tensions have been rising. War is likely to happen in the future if this goes on. I guess they want to take preventive measures before it's too late, said Duan Qiong, for Corner Village happens to join the rest of the world at this time. I don't think that you would be left out. Perhaps a messenger from the domain chief's manor will come soon. I decided to come here through the teleportation grand matrix as soon as I received the news. Brother Yi, we can go together to the 9 heavens if you want. It will be a good trial. Since the domain chief's manor delivered the message to all the forces this time, many master cultivators and top renhuangs will be there, Duan Qiong added. Yi Futian nodded. He was a little surprised to hear that the conflict had gone this far. He had no idea what the situation was like in the original realm. He had been in the Divine Prefecture for many years and really hoped to get a chance to visit back. At this moment, they heard some noise from afar. Yi Futian looked in that direction and saw Fang Gari and the others talking to someone. How can we help you? Fang Gari asked. Yi Futian immediately understood that it was the envoy from the domain chief's manor of the Shangqing domain. The domain chief's manor probably sent messengers to inform various forces located in different directions at the same time. The chief asked us to invite the head of Four Corner Village to the domain chief's manor to discuss some matters. Other forces and groups are invited as well. We only came because the injunction has been lifted, and Four Corner Village has ended the sequestration. Otherwise, the chief wouldn't send us to disturb you, the envoy said. Fang Gari nodded slightly and answered, I understand. The representatives of Four Corner Village will be there. Thank you. The envoy nodded and said, we have delivered the message and will be leaving now. All right, Fang Gari replied. There was no point in keeping a messenger here longer. The villagers gathered around and asked, what's it about? The envoy of the domain chief's manor specifically came to deliver the invitation. It must be something important, Fang Gari said. The crown prince also arrived moments earlier and seems to be talking about this with Yi Futian. Maybe they have more information. Fang Gari's words prompted the crowd to move in Yi Futian's direction. Duan Qiong repeated what he said to Yi Futian just now. The villagers were astounded. No one expected it to be something so critical and serious. What a fortuitous time for our Four Corner Village to rejoin the world. Fang Gari shook his head and made a wry smile. It was impossible to foretell the effect of this conflict. Cultivators living in the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture would probably be drafted by the Donghuang Imperial Palace if a war really broke out. Old Ma walked over and said, "The master certainly can't go. I will pay the domain chief's manor a visit this time." Then, he looked at Yi Futian and said, "Futian, you can join me if you want." "Who else wants to go?" "I will go with you," said Fangari. Yi Futian saved him from the ancient royal family of Duan. It was only proper for him to ensure Yi Futian's safety this time. "If Uncle Ma is going, it's better for you to stay and take care of the things in the village." "I should go," Blind Tai chimed in. Everyone looked at him in surprise. They wondered what would happen when Blind Tai met his former enemies there. Perhaps he just wanted to take a walk outside. "I will go with you too," Fang Huan said. He had made considerable progress and felt that he encountered a cultivation bottleneck period. He needed an opportunity to make a breakthrough. "All right," Old Ma nodded and said, "you can go with Duan Qiong and the others. I will get there by myself and wait for you guys there." Yi Futian and the others would be safer when traveling with people from the ancient royal family of Duan. At least the top forces in the Shangqing domain wouldn't attack them in public. "Good." Everyone nodded in unison. "In that case, let's set out now," Duan Qiong said. No one disagreed, and they left Four Corner Village together. Besides Blind Tai and Fang Huan, Yi Futian was also accompanied by Chen Yi and Zi Feng, who had been cultivating in the village for a long time and were eager to have a trip as well. They went from Four Corner City to Giant God City with the help of the teleportation Grand Matrix, then headed to the Nine Heavens. Their destination was the top main continent in the upper Nine Heavens of the Shangqing domain, Shangqing continent. In the Shangqing domain, the upper Nine Heavens was composed of a cluster of continents that were structured like a pyramid. At the very top was the Shangqing continent, surrounded by other less significant continents. The Shangqing continent was unquestionably the center of activity in the Shangqing domain. Apart from the Shangqing continent, where the domain chief's manor was located, other continents were also packed with prominent forces and were rather influential in general. In recent days, the news slowly spread in the Divine Prefecture and reached the continents in the upper Nine Heavens. In the meantime, the notice from the domain chief's manor requesting the presence of representatives of various groups also went around fast in the Shangqing domain. Many people had set out for the Shangqing continent, including plenty of powerful cultivators who were curious about the situation. At this moment, a group of cultivators was marching through the clouds somewhere. It was an impressive assembly that consisted of Yi Futian, other people from Four Corner Village, and cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan. They gazed into the distance and could see the continents that were floating in space. Because of the extended distance, the cluster of the continents looked like a single tectonic plate of an irregular shape. They had traveled through many continents on their journey. When they looked up at the sky, they could vaguely see a splendid heavenly palace far, far away, towering over everything as though it was the center of the continents. "That's the Shangqing continent. Although we can see it with our naked eyes, it is still a great distance away," Duan Qiong said. They had occasionally met other cultivators on their way. It was safe to assume that those people were heading to the Shangqing continent as well. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He was not in a rush. Back in the Donghua domain, every top force had a teleportation grand matrix that was directly connected with the Donghua heavens. Yet, it was not the case in the Shangqing domain. According to Duan Qiong, most of the top forces in the Shangqing domain were located in the upper Nine Heavens. Therefore, teleportation grand matrices were not necessary. Even if something serious happened, the master cultivators could get to the Shangqing continent in a short time. As they moved forward, they approached two continents that were adjacent to each other. Yi Futian and the others noticed that many cultivators from various directions were making a stopover in one of the continents. "I'm surprised that we are passing by this place," said Duan Qiong. "It is a relic continent that is rather rare for cultivators to come across. It's made up of ruins and relics instead of a place for humans to inhabit. A great emperor used to cultivate there back in the distant past. People in the upper Nine Heavens named it the Tsungyuan continent. Nevertheless, Countless cultivators have been there to search for relics over the past centuries. They all wish to obtain treasures from ancient times. Generation after generation, the relics on this continent have all been raided and plundered. It's hard to find any more cultivation opportunities there. On top of that, some places are filled with dangers. Thus, few people are willing to explore the continent nowadays. That being said, cultivators who come from other continents far away still want to have a tour. After all, one of the great emperors allegedly cultivated there, Duan explained to Yi Futian in detail. Do you want to take a look? Duan Yi asked Yi Futian. Let's check it out since we're passing by anyway. We won't waste much time, Yi Futian replied. They didn't need to make a detour as it was on their way. Yi Futian would like to visit the relic continent, but he didn't have high hopes for encountering any cultivation opportunity. Alright, let's have a look then, said Duan. Right away, they sped up in the direction of the Tsungyuan continent. They arrived at the Tsungyuan continent before long. While descending from the sky, they could vaguely see cultivators scrambling in the Tsungyuan continent in different directions. With the dilapidated walls, a desolate scene was all around. Giant steles were split open, and splendid ancient buildings were in ruins. Yi Futian also noticed a divine gate that was over 100 yards tall and covered with cracks. Innumerable broken stones and fallen pillars scattered on the ground as though the place used to be the entrance of the continent. Yi Futian sensed an indistinct smell of the ancient history as soon as he set foot on the continent. Over the years, this relic continent had gone through countless rounds of plunder and test of battles. According to the tales, the original ruler of the Tsungyuan continent had reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Any character he carved could represent the heavenly path. If he carved heaven, a stretch of sky that could project overwhelming might would materialize. If he carved kill, unparalleled and unstoppable deadly force would emerge. All creatures would be annihilated wherever his runes landed, said Duan. He learned about these from the antique books possessed by the ancient royal family. Besides that, some of the characters carved by this early ruler still existed on the Tsungyuan continent, which was why the continent was infested with hidden dangers to this day. Some cultivators who came to the Tsungyuan continent to look for cultivation opportunities in the relics died inexplicably. Yi Futian was surprised by the story. He didn't know what kind of power the ancient great emperor possessed. Nevertheless, he understood that the great emperor was certainly far superior to any Ren Huang. Dong Huang, the great emperor, was the only one in the entire divine prefecture who had reached that level. One could well imagine how powerful he must be to reign over the vast divine prefecture. Yi Futian and the others kept moving forward at a faster pace into the depth of the continent. The solemnity and immensity of time that Yi Futian sensed initially were becoming more and more intense. They noticed a lot of cultivators in the distance and sensed a burst of energy coming from afar. They raised their heads and saw a beam of brilliant divine light that shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. What is that? They looked in the direction of the light and whispered to each other. Could it be that someone found an unknown cultivation opportunity in the relic continent? Let's go. They quickened their steps, marching in that direction. The energy they sensed before grew stronger and stronger. They saw that a lot of cultivators gathered around the light. Apparently, many people stopped at this relic continent just like them. And it seemed that someone had discovered something. As they approached the site, a cluster of tumble-down ancient buildings came into their sight. Although the buildings had fallen into ruin, it was not hard to imagine how splendid they were in the past. Moreover, the buildings sat on a vast expanse of land. It was probably the place where the great emperor used to cultivate. Many people from the outer realms were here too. They also gazed in that direction. Some of them were even walking toward the area. Everyone was curious to see what happened there and if a new cultivation opportunity had emerged. They only intended to have an easy tour of the place. Discovering a new relic would be a fortunate stroke of serendipity. At this moment, a person shot a look at Yi Futian and his companions from the other side of the buildings. His piercing gaze riveted on Yi Futian like a sharp, icy sword. Hair standing up on the back of his neck, Yi Futian sensed the glare directing at him. He turned around and saw an arrogant young man, Muyun Shu. Of course, Muyun Shu was an adult now. He had outgrown his childishness and became a menacing presence. Even though it had been years since he last saw Yi Futian, his hatred for him didn't diminish even a little bit. The Muyun family enjoyed a high status in Four Corner Village, and he used to be the ringleader of all the children. However, everything changed after Yi Futian arrived at Four Corner Village. He never even dreamt that he would be expelled from the village. Subsequently, his father and everyone else in his family were banished as well. It was a tremendous shame that he would never forget. Now, he met Yi Futian again here on the Tsungyuan continent. Who is he? A female Renhuang next to Muyun Shu noticed the sudden change in his expression. She was a middle-level Renhuang from the Nanhai family with a dignified posture. The Muyun family followed Muyun Lan to the Nanhai family after they were expelled from Four Corner Village. Muyun Shu was well respected and valued in the Nanhai family thanks to his extraordinary talents and promising potential. The Nanhai family put priority on grooming him and sent excellent cultivators to train and protect him. This middle-level female Renhuang was one of Muyun Shu's cultivation instructors. It was an illustration of how much importance they attached to him. After he left Four Corner Village, Muyun Shu enjoyed a luxurious life in the Nanhai family. It was nothing like his old days in the village, and it provided him a chance to see the real world. Even so, Muyun Shu could never cease to think of the humiliation Yi Futian brought upon him. Yi Futian, Muyun Shu answered in a cold and menacing tone. The female Renhuang and other cultivators around Muyun Shu all turned their eyes to Yi Futian. Yi Futian was a well-known figure nowadays. Rumor had it that he single-handedly forced his way into the palace of the ancient royal family of Duan. His reputation spread throughout the Shangqing domain. Even the cultivators in the Nanhai family had heard about him. Yi Futian darted a disdainful look at Muyun Shu as well. He had always despised the young man and wasn't shy to show his contempt. He loathed Muyun Shu no matter how talented he might be. "I'm surprised that you dare to leave Four Corner Village," Muyun Shu said to Yi Futian coldly. "I would be hiding in the village for life if I were you." Everyone around Yi Futian frowned in disapproval. Condor-sama scowled at Muyun Shu and said, "Little b****, how come you're as stupid as the time when you left the village? It seems that the lesson you got back then was not enough. You vile beast. You're courting death." Muyun Shu shifted his anger to Black-winged Condor. His eyes were filled with malice, and even his body was emitting brilliant golden light. He charged at Black-winged Condor immediately. Since Muyun Shu had initiated the attack, the cultivators from the Nanhai family stood ready in full battle array. They emitted the will might from their bodies to intimidate the enemies. Black-winged Condor was surprised that Muyun Shu rushed over right away. He always detested Muyun Shu for his arrogance and impudence. Now that he had a chance to teach the boy a lesson, he clawed at him and bellowed, "Little b****, you're in over your head." A striking golden-winged giant pengbird slammed into a sharp, black claw in midair and made a thundering noise. The magnificent picture of the domineering golden pengbird popped up at once behind Muyun Shu's back. He dashed directly at Black-winged Condor in a flash. Black-winged Condor was not afraid of a boy, of course. He immediately spread his black wings, which blotted out the sun and stirred up a crazy whirlwind. The golden-winged giant pengbird and Black-winged Condor came into collision in the sky. Black-winged Condor's razor-sharp claws tore through space and ripped up the shadow of the golden-winged giant pengbird. He aimed straight at Muyun Shu's head. Muyun Shu was born in Four Corner Village with the innate energy of the Great Path and was taught by the master in the village for years. Therefore, he had a unique cultivation journey and was much better than most of his peers. Nevertheless, he was still too young to withstand Black-winged Condor's attack. "How dare you!" Just when Muyun Shu was about to be torn apart by Black-winged Condor's claws, a wild explosion of energy erupted. A giant hand smacked at them like a crashing wave and transformed into an overwhelming mass of shadows. Bang! Black-winged Condor was thrust back with a loud noise, and he could barely maintain his balance. Muyun Shu was also swept back by the shockwave. He was forced back and vomited a mouthful of blood. Nonetheless, the injury didn't seem to bother him. He glared at Yi Futian and Black-Winged Condor defiantly as though everything was part of his plan. Mu Yunshu was not stupid. He was well aware that Black-Winged Condor was a demon emperor and way out of his league. He didn't have the ability to kill Yi Futian without any help. Knowing that Yi Futian's reputation had spread to the upper 9 heavens, Mu Yunshu had to set the Nanhai family against him to get rid of him by their hands. Despite his young age, Mu Yunshu was a devious and calculating person. "Kill this vile beast," Mu Yunshu ordered in a cold voice. The Sixth Order Ren Huang, who intervened just now, darted a hesitant glance at Black-Winged Condor. However, he still raised his hand to attack since Mu Yunshu was injured by Black-Winged Condor. All of a sudden, a beam of blinding thunder light shot out like blazes. The Sixth Order Renhuang lifted his arm to defend himself when he saw the giant palm of Thunder God blasting at him from above. The giant palm was engraved with patterns of the Thunder God, and the dazzling divine light of the great path of thunder flooded the area. Crash in an instant, the vast land was illuminated by the glaring light of thunder, and even the void was almost shattered and destroyed. When the two hands came into collision, the Sixth Order Renhuang wasn't blown away by the blast. Instead, he was struck by lightning. His badly charred body shivered while falling from the sky, and even his hair all stood on end. It was such a ghastly scene. Beigong Ao retreated to his original place behind Yi Futian and the others. He showed some mercy in his strike and didn't take the Sixth Order Renhuang's life right away. After all, he didn't know what Yi Futian intended to do. In the meantime, he had to fight back with a solid blow to demonstrate their strength when they were under attack. "How dare you assault cultivators from the Nanhai family? You have some nerve." Mu Yunshu roared in anger. However, he didn't even dart a glance at the wounded Renhuang. Not only did he not care about his injury at all, but he was also hoping that he died on the spot. In that case, the Nanhai family would wage war against Yi Futian straight away. Yi Futian's brows knitted slightly. Mu Yunshu was an arrogant and nasty bully when he was living in the village. He even attempted to kill Tai Tu. Yi Futian was sick to see him behaving in the same way still. Besides, Mu Yunshu was not an ignorant teenager anymore. Without a doubt, he was deliberately causing hostility between Yi Futian and the Nanhai family. "Little bastard, didn't your parents teach you some manners?" Chen Yi also felt repugnance toward Mu Yunshu. He had never seen such a vicious and impudent young man. "Somehow, you're still so egotistical even without the protection of Four Corner Village. Just wait until I finish you off. I will grill that beast for dinner and kill the others slowly." Mu Yunshu glanced over them and said, "This woman is not bad looking. We can keep her a little longer to have some fun." Xie Qingyuan's expression changed upon hearing Mu Yunshu's rude words. Her eyes became frosty and were filled with malice. Mu Yunshu insulted and humiliated them one by one. "Little bastard." Beigong Ao took a brief look at Yi Futian and stepped forward again. The thunder light engulfed the sky in the blink of an eye. However, another powerful Ren Huang behind Mu Yunshu also stepped up. He unleashed terrifying energy to shield Mu Yunshu from the thunder light. A chilly breeze circled Yi Futian as he focused his icy and piercing gaze on Mu Yunshu. In an instant, Mu Yunshu felt like he was drowning in icy water without the ability to save himself. He uttered a terrified yelp. "How dare you!" The powerful cultivator from the Nanhai family walked over to Mu Yunshu and blocked Yi Futian's gaze. As he raised his arm, millions of divine swords appeared in the sky above. Then, the divine swords plummeted when he made a downward gesture with his hand. They were transformed into a terrifying sword river and flooded the area. Blind Tai came forward in heavy and forceful steps. With a thundering boom, he raised his hand and blocked the path of the sword river. The swords made a series of sharp whistling sounds and were halted midway down from the sky. Blind Tai's hand abruptly closed into a tight ball, and the sword river disintegrated and dissolved instantaneously. He turned to face Mu Yunshu and the others. His blindness didn't stop him from expressing his deep-seated detestation of them. "Mu Yunshu, you're a disgrace to Four Corner Village." Blind Tai's stony and throaty voice reverberated throughout the area. The cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan had been watching quietly from the side. They knew that there had always been bad blood between the Muyun family and the rest of Four Corner Village. It seemed that the Nanhai family was bound to get involved as well. Although Muyun Shu was ready for a battle here and now, the Nanhai family was at a disadvantage at this moment since their key figures were not present. At this point, a burst of intense energy arrived on the scene. Everyone looked up in that direction and heard an arrogant voice. Since when can a blind imbecile comment on members of the Muyun family? Brother, they want to kill me. Muyun Shu recognized the voice and hurried to trump up a charge against his adversaries. The incoming person was indeed Muyun Lan, the most extraordinary cultivator of the Muyun family and the current son-in-law of the Nanhai family. A beautiful woman was by his side. With her gorgeous face, flawless skin, and effortless elegance, she looked like a goddess who could only be revered from afar. She was Nanhai Chenxue, the precious daughter of the Nanhai family and Muyun Lan's wife. The couple marched over in long strides. Everyone could feel their intimidating presence even before they came near the scene. Muyun Lan, in particular, radiated confidence and danger. His eyes glowed with golden light and his penetrating gaze riveted on Futian and the others. More powerful cultivators from the Nanhai family were following Muyun Lan and Nanhai Chenxue. It was an impressive assembly. The domain chief's manor also summoned the Nanhai family to go to the Shangqing continent. They passed by the Tsungyuan continent and made a quick stop like everyone else, which led to everything that had happened so far. In a short while, Muyun Lan stopped in the sky above the crowd and looked down at Futian and the others. Futian stared back at him. Needless to say, Muyun Shu was trying to stir up trouble with his false accusation. Muyun Shu might be a young man, yet he was no less cunning than an experienced old fox. He deliberately drove a wedge between Futian and the Nanhai family to instigate his elder brother Muyun Lan and the Nanhai family to kill Futian. A lot of people who came from other groups were watching the drama unfold from far away. The cultivators from Four Corner Village and the ancient royal family of Duan were standing behind Futian, who newly rose to fame, while Muyun Lan and the powerful Nanhai family from the upper third heaven were on the other side. Blind Tai, I don't want to make things difficult for you considering that we are both natives of Four Corner Village. Apologize to Muyun Shu and back off. I won't take your offense to heart. Muyun Lan looked out on the crowd and declared in an overbearing tone. He commanded Blind Tai to apologize and pull back. Obviously, he was ready to take action against Futian. Muyun Lan, you have cultivated for too long in the outer realms. Since you have forgotten who you are and where you came from, there is no need for you to refer to the village incessantly. Muyun Shu is a grown-up now. I let him off in the past because of his young age. But he only became more insolent. If you don't smack him and ask him to apologize today, it will leave me no choice but to teach him a lesson myself. Don't blame me for showing him no mercy. Blind Tai hurled back at Muyun Lan. He stood upright in a dignified manner, not flinching at all. Muyun Lan was a well-known cultivator, but so was Blind Tai. They were both 8th order Renhuangs with the perfect great path. Apart from the master cultivators, other people could hardly be a match for either of them. Brother, this blind imbecile was extremely disrespectful to father and had a hand in pushing our family out of Four Corner Village. Since we ran into him here, we should kill him now, Muyun Shu said bluntly. He was desperate to massacre everyone in cold blood. Muyun Lan's face grew stern upon hearing Muyun Shu's words. Golden divine light shone from the sky as he moved downward. Almost instantly, the entire area lay bathed in the glaring light. Sensing the battle intent emanating from Blind Tai, Muyun Lan dashed up high into the sky. His golden gaze shot down below as he stared at Blind Tai and said, "If that is the case, then let me see how much you have improved since returning to the village." Bang! Blind Tai took a step forward, and his body shot up into the sky. He appeared right in front of Muyun Lan. The two of them stood at opposite ends and stared at each other. In an instant, divine lights shone brightly, and the scene was terrifying. A dazzling, divine phenomenon appeared behind Muyun Lan. A world seemed to form in the sky above him. A majestic golden-winged giant pengbird became the ruler of the world. It was the king of all demons as the surrounding demons prostrated before it. Everywhere the divine light of the golden-winged giant pengbird covered, everything else appeared dim in comparison. Streaks of golden light flashed across the sky with unparalleled speed. In an instant, a shadow of the golden-winged giant pengbird had come very close to Blind Tai. Its golden claws ripped the space as it directly pounced onto Blind Tai. Its speed was so astonishing that nobody had time to react to it. Everything happened in a split second. Even though Blind Tai couldn't see anything, his senses were very sharp. A brilliant light pillar appeared and enveloped his body. The shadow of the golden-winged giant pengbird crashed into the light pillar, causing cracks to form. However, the shadow of the golden-winged giant pengbird couldn't break through the light pillar. Clearly, its attack was still lacking in power. Blind Tai took a step forward, and the shadow of the golden-winged giant pengbird shattered and turned to dust. A domineering divine might erupted from Blind Tai's body. Myriads of light pillars descended from the sky. Divine phenomenon similarly took shape behind Blind Tai. A towering war god stood unfazed, with a divine hammer in his hand. The war god shone as brightly as the heavens and earth and emanated a menacing aura. Amidst the divine phenomenon, countless illusory figures of Blind Tai could be seen. Each illusory figure radiated a golden halo and held a divine hammer. In this part of the sky, Blind Tai was the absolute ruler. Right at this moment, a long cry could be heard. The body of the golden-winged giant pengbird expanded, and it became more than 100 jong long. It was akin to a divine bird, which shielded the endless space under its wings. When the crowd raised their heads and looked up, all they could see was the face of the golden-winged giant pengbird. The golden-winged giant pengbird flapped its wings, and immediately, countless golden, flowing lights were stirred up within the heavens and earth. Every streak of golden flowing light contained ferocious attacks that could slaughter dragons and phoenixes. The illusory figures of the golden-winged giant pengbirds flooded the sky, and they charged toward Blind Tai all at once. The scene was spectacular. Blind Tai faced his opponent, and he raised his head slightly. Even though he couldn't see what was going on, an unparalleled divine halo burst forth from his body. His body seemed to have merged into one with the war god behind him as both of them were unleashing divine halos. Blind Tai lifted his arm high up, and the war god followed suit. He then swung his arm and smashed the divine hammer downwards. Instantly, the various golden illusions that appeared in the sky waved their divine hammers simultaneously. They brought their hammers down on the endless flowing light charging towards them. Dull rumbling sounds could be heard. Even though the battlefield was far away from them, the cultivators below still felt a suffocating pressure that was heavy beyond comparison. The sky above them was occupied by two powerful cultivators and had become a battlefield. In the sky above, the heavens and earth roared as their attacks clashed against each other. Endless flowing light destroyed and disintegrated everything around them. The space was frenziedly blown apart. A destructive storm was swept up, sweeping down below. It caused many Renhuangs to release the power of the Great Path to protect their bodies. Futian raised his head and looked up at the battlefield high in the sky. Both of them had inherited the divine techniques of Four Corner Village, the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique, and the divine hammer of the Protector. Their cultivation levels were almost the same. Futian did not know who was stronger. Seeing the relentless attacks, Muyun Lan's expression seemed unchanged. His eyes were still calm and at ease as he extended his hand. In the sky above, countless beams of light shot out from the brilliant pattern. Each golden-winged giant pengbird seemed to become a golden, indestructible blade. As Muyun Lan waved his hand, the countless beams of light immediately shot forward. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Blind Tai's illusory figures still kept waving around the golden divine hammers. However, the endless beams of light kept shredding and shattering his illusions and continued to descend, charging towards Blind Tai. Blind Tai raised both his hands at the same time when he sensed this power. Countless divine halos instantly radiated from the figure of the deity. He waved the divine hammer and smashed it down on the space in front of him, suppressing this part of the space. Rumble. The divine hammer came crashing down. Almost everything was turned to dust. The endless golden light that the golden-winged giant pengbirds became was also destroyed. The relentless power immediately crashed towards where Muyun Lan was. Muyun Lan flapped the divine wings on his back. He instantly became a light beam that shot up further into the sky, disappearing from his original spot. The sky trembled violently. An astonishing wave spread out. However, Muyun Lan's figure had already disappeared. He appeared high in the sky. Covered in divine halos, he was still peering down at blind Tai below. From their clash just now, Muyun Lan understood that it was practically impossible to deal with blind Tai with simple attacks. His opponent's ability had not deteriorated, and he was still mighty. This was expected from a cultivator who, like him, had inherited a divine technique and left the village before. A vast aura exploded from Muyun Lan. It seemed as though beams of divine halos were shooting out from afar. The divine halos enveloped the endless space and formed his domain of the Great Path. The scene from the picture of the domineering golden pengbird seemed to manifest in the real world. Beams of light descended, and cracks appeared in the sky. The space was ripped apart, and a part of the space was shattered. Buzz! Golden divine wings spread out and blocked out the sun. With a long screech, Muyun Lan's figure dashed up into the sky. He immediately became part of it, becoming a divine golden-winged giant pengbird. This golden-winged giant pengbird had the face of a man but the body of a bird. Its wings blocked out the sky, and its gaze pierced the space as it stared down at blind Tai. Only now did Muyun Lan truly reveal his full might. Frenzy gales tore apart the space as the gigantic golden-winged giant pengbird flapped its wings and traversed across the sky. Immediately, countless cracks of the Great Path appeared in the space. The bird flew at blind Tai with a frightening momentum. If the bird hit him, his body would most likely be destroyed. It is the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique, Futian thought to himself as he looked at the battle above. When faced with this kind of art of supreme attack, aside from some giant figures, very few men could withstand it. Blind Tai also felt threatened. His body merged with the body of the war god as he transformed into a real war god. He extended his arm, and endless divine halos gathered, forming the divine hammer of the protector. Streaks of divine halos draped on his body from the heavens above. He emanated a steadfast power. This power grew gradually stronger, as though the might of heaven was coalescing in his body. Rumble. When the war god raised his arms to swing the divine hammer, an intense rumble reverberated in the sky. The great path of the heavens seemed to be crumbling frenziedly. All the attacks that were aimed at the war god would be destroyed. No power of the great path would come close to his body. The divine hammer of the protector could suppress all chaos in a divine nation. It was an absolute, unparalleled power. It could also crush the sky. The illusory figure of the war god transformed by blind Tai radiated colorful lights as he lifted the divine hammer with both his arms. In the sky, another gigantic illusory figure of a deity appeared. The deity seemed to be lending its power to blind Tai so that the latter could swing this destructive hammer. Rumble. In the sky above, the great path crumbled as cracks appeared in the space. It was the shattering of the domain of the great path. The divine hammer, with its unparalleled power, was swung forcefully towards the golden-winged giant pengbird. The might of the divine hammer enveloped the entire space. It was impossible for the giant pengbird to escape. At this very moment, even Muyun Lan could not take the blow head-on and needed to evade the hammer. With speed as fast as lightning, the golden-winged giant pengbird shifted and changed course, ripping the space apart as it charged towards the war god. However, blind Tai's divine hammer actually swiftly made a turn and chased after its opponent, leaving behind after images. A thundering rumble sounded as the divine hammer and the golden-winged giant pengbird crisscrossed in the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, the gale stirred up by the divine hammer pushed the golden-winged giant pengbird backward. At the same time, a menacing heaven-slaying light slashed downwards and left a mark on the body of the war god. Gales howled unrestrained in the sky above. This part of the sky had transformed into the illusory figure of the golden-winged giant pengbird, and countless heaven-slaying lights materialized. At the same time, Muyun Lan's body turned into a beam of light and traversed across space. Blind Tai could not see all of this, but he still waved the divine hammer around solemnly. Around him, it was as though various illusions appeared. When he swung the divine hammer of the Protector, the heavens and the earth rumbled, and a vast power pressed down on this part of the sky. When both of them clashed again, the crowd below felt as though a golden-winged giant pengbird demon god and a war god were fighting. Both of them unleashed attacks that contained unparalleled power. The golden-winged giant pengbird had peerless speed while Blind Tai had immovable strength. Yi Futian observed the battlefield and knew that it was practically impossible for Muyun Lan to shake Blind Tai. Although Blind Tai could not see, he became even calmer and sturdier. He stood there like an immovable deity. His cultivation plane was also slightly higher than that of Muyun Lan. "I never imagined that he would be so powerful," commented Duan Qiong, somewhat surprised. Back then, he had heard of Blind Tai when Blind Tai was in the outside world. Later on, Blind Tai was blinded by others and returned to the village. Now that he had emerged again, he was even more frightening than before. Blind Tai had stayed in the village for many years. He had always been smithing. Although he did not rely on his cultivation, his technique was much more powerful. His divine hammer of the Protector was even more refined and flawless. When Muyun Shu saw that his elder brother could not take down Blind Tai, his expression changed slightly. This blind man had never revealed his abilities in the village. Many people believed that he had already been crippled and could no longer cultivate. They never imagined that he was actually still so incredible and had even grown more powerful. "Elder sister-in-law, can you help me kill him?" Muyun Shu asked Nanhai Chenxue, who was beside him. Nanhai Chenxue was also a prominent and renowned figure. She was the proud daughter of heaven of the Nanhai family. Her abilities were extraordinary. She had a flawless great path and had already reached 7th-tier cultivation. Now, with Muyun Lan and Muyun Shu, the future of the Nanhai family was glorious. It was highly likely that various giant-level figures would be born. Adding on the fact that Nanhai family was originally from the upper third heaven and had powerful abilities, they might even ascend to the peak of the Shangqing domain and become the strongest force. However, she felt a sense of threat from the person next to Yi Futian, and it was Fang Huan. He was also a cultivator from Four Corner Village. He stood quietly beside Yi Futian, but a slight pressure could be felt around him, especially when Muyun Shu asked her to attack Yi Futian. This man raised his eyes to look at her, and she was instantly alarmed. She thought that Fang Huan, who was previously taken prisoner by the ancient royal family of Duan, was pressured by them to exchange the divine techniques for his freedom. This man had made quite a name for himself after leaving Four Corner Village. His name was known even in the upper 9th heaven. For some unknown reason, he was involved in a confrontation with the Duan family and was taken prisoner. However, the two parties had now become allies rather than enemies, and this cultivator from the Four Corner Village was probably the one who could threaten her existence. Older sister need not trouble to take action. A voice was heard as a man walked out from behind them. It was Nanhai Qing, who had been to Four Corner Village. When he first entered Four Corner Village, he was full of youthful hubris. He wanted to join forces with the Muyun family to take over the village and procure an ally for the Nanhai family. Instead, he was publicly humiliated by Blind Tai. Previously, he had been standing quietly behind because Blind Tai was there, and he was too embarrassed to make his presence known. Now that Muyun Lan was busy dealing with Blind Tai, he would deal with Yi Futian himself. Nanhai Qing stepped out, and Nanhai Chenxue did not stop him. In their generation, she and Nanhai Qing were the two most outstanding figures. A wild aura erupted from Nanhai Qing. Suddenly, this space seemed to be filled with terrifying invisible giant waves, causing the black-winged condor and Xia Qingyuan to retreat involuntarily. Just the pressure of the great path alone felt hard to resist. He took a step forward, and suddenly a heavy and coercive might swept out, slapping towards Yi Futian and the others. Duan Qiong remained calm, observing all this quietly. He knew very well that Nanhai Qing was the genius talent of the Nanhai family. But he had witnessed Yi Futian's battle with the ancient royal family of Duan. He thought it would be hard for anyone to best Yi Futian, so he had strong confidence in Yi Futian that Nanhai Qing would not likely win. Perhaps if Nanhai Qianxue got personally involved, there was a chance. Yi Futian's glance swept over Nanhai Qing, then landed on Muyun Shu, who was behind him, with an icy expression in his eyes. His patience with Muyun Shu had reached its limit. If it weren't because the Nanhai family was behind him, he would have already killed the guy. But even if he couldn't kill him now, Yi Futian would never let him off the hook. Extending his hand, a spear suddenly appeared in his palm. An extremely wild aura swept out in an instant with overwhelming fight intent. Yi Futian was surrounded by divine light, and the aura of the Great Path was escalating madly. What's more terrifying was that a trace of demonic breath was released from him as the peacock divine light surrounded him. His temperament had become wickedly enchanting, and those wicked eyes of his made Muyun Shu feel very uncomfortable. A faint sense of terror was born in his heart as he felt Yi Futian's murderous intent aiming at him. With his brows tightly knitted, he squinted his eyes as he stared at Yi Futian with extreme sharpness, an unbridled look still on his face. Huh! At this moment, Nanhai Qing frowned. The peacock divine glory was extremely radiant, and the sky was instantly filled with its glow. A tremendous vigorous aura of life erupted from Yi Futian. At this moment, the aura that came from Yi Futian was no less than him, a Rahuang of the sixth realm with perfect great path. Many cultivators around them focused their attention on Yi Futian, and all of them felt the aura that permeated from him. Just how strong was this cultivator who rose from Four Corner Village? Today's battle with Nanhai Qing would be enough to attest his true prowess. Nanhai Qing clearly felt Yi Futian's power and did not dare to hold Yi Futian in contempt any longer. Behind him, ancient seals in the shape of squares continued flying out, and each of them seemed to contain terrible power, with characters engraved upon them. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of square ancient seals flew out, covering the sky and sheltering the sun. Above this ancient seal, rays of divine light were deployed at the same time. Heavy and majestic power swept out. Its aura annihilated all existence, and everything that stood in its way was pulverized and destroyed. When Yi Futian saw this, the same terrible divine light came from his body as well. When the wings of the peacock opened, the destructive divine light, like lightning, collided with the light of the ancient seals so that they collapsed and shattered in the void. "Is that the light of the demon god?" someone asked in shock. "I heard that he robbed the opportunity of the domain chief's manor when he was in Donghua domain and inherited the power of the peacock demon god. Now, the divine light of the Great Path was not any inferior to the light from the mark of the earth unleashed by Nanhai Qing when the two collided," people were discussing amongst themselves. The mark of the earth was one of the specialties of the Nanhai family. It was rumored that the ancestors of the Nanhai family had obtained a divine item once upon a time, through which they cultivated the mark of the earth and the hand of God. Alone, the power of each was infinite. Using together, the combination was unequivocally unparalleled. The Nanhai family had used them to dominate the area and became one of the top 3 transcendent forces in the Shangqing domain. The divine light emitted by the mark of the earth continued to overlap, seemingly without end. It seemed that countless divine seals were running through the void, aiming at Yi Futian, covering all the space where Yi Futian was at. All the rest of the cultivators except Yi Futian had retreated to avoid being affecting. The peacock's divine wings trembled slightly as the divine light emitted frantically, running through the overlapping illusions of the divine seals. Nanhai Qing's hands gathered to form another seal, and a phantom of 1,000 hands suddenly appeared behind him, as if these countless hands materialized from the ether. Above, hundreds of thousands of mark of the earth condensed and permeated the area with an unparalleled sense of heaviness. Yi Futian felt a heavy pressure had descended upon this corner of the sky. Buzz! Yi Futian stepped out suddenly and didn't wait for Nanhai Qing to attack. He acted first as his entire person turned into a streamer of light, ignoring the space between them. With his majestic fight intent, he pierced the spear straight forward. All the seals were shattered in its path. Thousands of phantom spears appeared as a straight light in the void. Boom! An incomparable pressure of the great path crushed this corner of the sky. Nanhai Qing slapped his palm forward, and it turned into a gigantic handprint that covering the sky. On the handprint was a character of the great path that shot out brilliant divine light, destroying all existence beneath the sky. Its power was astounding. But at this moment, Yi Futian's spear arrived, and it blasted directly on that boundless giant handprint. Boom, boom, boom. An unparalleled brilliance erupted from the long spear, and the crowd saw rays of divine light rushed into the great handprint and filled every crevice inside the handprint. A crystal-clear crunching sound was heard, and they saw those lights turned into cracks. Everyone found to their shock that the terrifying giant handprint broke apart madly. Then came a loud bang as it collapsed and shattered in the void. The spear continued its forward movement and pierced straight toward Nanhai Qing. Numerous ancient seals behind Nanhai Qing gathered to form a massive divine seal that blocked him. Accompanied by a loud noise, the spear did not manage to tear it apart, but it could knock Nanhai Qing outward. How strong! Everyone trembled inside when they watched the demonically handsome young man with his silver hair dancing in the wind. Nanhai Qing was a Renhuang of the 6th realm with perfect great path, and he was repelled by a single spear strike. The force was able to break all kinds of contraptions, and this one strike contained awesome might. PSSST. The divine light of the peacock bloomed and was shining brilliantly. Yi Futian seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious demonic light. The divine brilliance that bloomed from him seemed capable of penetrating the shredded space. He glanced at Muyun Shu and continued moving forward with incredible speed. At this moment, a figure stepped into the void. This figure was incomparably graceful, like a goddess. She raised her hand and waved. Suddenly a sight appeared, similar to the one when Nanhai Qing attacked. Infinite seals appeared suspended in the air as if directly destroy the space Yi Futian was in, imprisoning him. Yi Futian didn't seem to see it as his body accelerated with increased forward speed, almost to the extreme. Nanhai Qianxue frowned and saw the seals of the heavens gather together at a terrifying speed, suddenly turning into an infinite and boundless mark of the earth. The coercion erupted from this divine seal slowed Yi Futian's speed. Those characters lit up simultaneously as Yi Futian's spear pierced upon the massive mark of the earth. This time, he could not break it open, as if the mark in front of him was indestructible. Buzz! The divine light shining on the mark of the earth was spinning, turning into a giant imprint that spun towards Yi Futian. Suddenly, Yi Futian felt the spear in his hand trembling wildly. If it were not a truly excellent divine item, it would probably have shattered a long time ago. Boom! Yi Futian's body was repelled backward into the distance with a loud bang as he floated in the air, his eyes fixed on the divine seal in front of him. "I'll deal with him." A voice was heard. Fang Huan walked past Yi Futian and headed towards Nanhai Qianxue, who was a Renhunag of the 7th realm with perfect great path, same as him. For her to attack someone like Yi Futian, who was in the 5th realm, was just unfair. Yi Futian did not refuse Fang Huan's offer. He saw him take a step forward towards Nanhai Qianxue. The shadow of many arms appeared behind Nanhai Qianxue, and she appeared as a goddess of 1,000 hands. Divine seals now gathered together and turned into a massive mark of the earth. Her palms slammed forward, and everything in front of her was about to be shattered and destroyed. However, brilliant divine light shot out from Fang Huan's body, turning into miniature world. The terrifying attack of the great path blasted at him but was unable to get to him. Yi Futian glanced at the battlefield yonder and surmised that Fang Huan should have no problem dealing with Nanhai Qianxue. At the very least, he wouldn't lose quickly. Although his opponent was the proud daughter of the Nanhai family, Fang Huan was equally well known after leaving Four Corner Village and had created quite a reputation for himself. Moreover, he inherited the divine technique after he returned, and his strength had become even stronger. As his eyes turned in another direction, Yi Futian looked at someone in the distance. It was Muyun Shu. As if he had sensed the gaze from Yi Futian, Muyun Shu felt a chill run up and down his spine. He involuntarily took a step back. Yi Futian took a step towards him. Now that Muyun Lan and Nanhai Qianxue were both occupied with their own opponents, Nanhai Qing could do nothing to him and had been defeated. Indeed, Muyun Shu should feel afraid. The surrounding crowd expressed a look of surprise when they saw what was happening. The cultivators from the Nanhai family were subtly being suppressed. Although there weren't many that came from Four Corner Village, they were all elites among the elites. Muyunlan and Nanhai Chenxue were well known throughout the Shangqing domain. But these two major characters were both stymied. Blind Tai and Fang Huan were fighting one of them, and Nanhai Qing was repulsed outright by one spear strike. "Little beast, are you afraid?" Behind Yi Futian, Chen Yi smiled as he looked at Mu Yunshu. None of the people with Yi Futian were pleased about Mu Yunshu. This boy was quite recalcitrant in his personality, cruel and unruly, with a strong air of defiance and hostility. He cared for no one and intended to kill them using the Nanhai family. This kind of person, with stronger cultivation, could do more harm. If it were up to them, they would have ended him right there and then. However, they understood that killing Mu Yunshu would be a difficult task. He had the Nanhai family at his back, so killing Mu Yunshu would be equivalent to declaring war with the entire Nanhai family, which would put them at a disadvantage. There were so many powerful characters from Four Corner Village, and the four major disciples of Yi Futian would undoubtedly grow up to be extraordinary figures. Now was the time to keep a low profile and wait for the opportune time. They needed time to allow Four Corner Village to continue to grow. Even if they wouldn't kill him, they had to teach him a lesson. Seeing a few people coming in his direction, Mu Yunshu's eyes were full of cold murderous intent. He said to those behind him, "Stop them." A cultivator of the ninth realm from the Nanhai family took a step forward, and Nanhai Qing blocked them in the front with his eyes focused on Yi Futian. Rays of the peacock divine light unleashed in straight lines, stabbing toward the two. Yi Futian, holding a spear, stepping into the void. Suddenly, the sky and the earth roared, and a heaviness descended. It was as if all the stars in heaven were to crush this corner of the sky. Yi Futian himself turned into a stream of light that moved straight forward. All the crowd saw was an infinitely gigantic peacock demon god that bloomed with great brilliance, and everything that was touched by it was pulverized. "Let's move together," Nanhai Qing said, intending to join forces with that cultivator of the ninth realm. An equally powerful aura also emerged from him. However, just then, he felt a sting in his eyes as that brilliant light seemed to have blinded him so that he could not open them. His expression suddenly changed with the shock when he saw that a light was coming straight at him, accompanied by a mocking voice saying, "Get out of the way." Nanhai Qing made a roar, and an incomparable divine brilliance burst out of the mark of the earth and violently struck forward. However, rays of light appeared, and there seemed to be divine swords hidden in the light, the swords of light. Bang, bang, bang. The swords of light fell and pierced the many characters upon the mark of the earth, directly obliterating its light and passing through it little by little until the strong light pierced the void with a roar. The mark of the earth collapsed and shattered. Nanhai Qing was knocked back yet again. However, the bright light remained moving at an unfathomable speed. It was the way of light, and its speed was unparalleled. "Get away!" Nanhai Qing yelled, and the divine wheel of the great path appeared behind him. It was as if it was a divine seal itself, releasing an extremely radiant divine glory. A light screen of divine seal appeared in front of him to block the attacks. As the sword fell, it caused the light screen to tear and shatter, and the two looked at each other face to face. Nanhai Qing's expression was as gloomy as could be. He stared at the figure on the other side of the light screen and saw cracks continuously appearing on the light screen of the divine seal. "Who can you stop?" Chen Yi unleashed a slap, and the light screen shattered instantly. Nanhai Qing flew out again. His face paled. In a single day, he had been defeated twice. He claimed to be a man at the top of his power and was one of the top enchanting members of the Nanhai family. However, he was repeatedly humiliated and defeated time and time again. A cultivator that he hadn't seen and hadn't even heard of before had knocked him back with a sword strike. He was someone who was an expert at the way of light. This man was an unknown entity. He didn't even know who this man was. But a person like this was able to defeat him. Sixth realm with perfect great path, and the swordsmanship is the way of light. Everyone was greatly disturbed when they saw the man covered by those dazzling lights. Who were these people from Four Corner Village? Was any random person as powerful as this? Even the people from the ancient royal family of Duan were speechless when they saw this. Even Duan Qiong and Duan Yi were stunned. Chen Yi was someone they had been in contact with before. He was laid back, and neither his appearance nor temperament were too outstanding. He had not been conspicuous among the crowd. They never expected him to be so strong. Now Duan Qiong thought, Yi Futian aside, can I deal with Chen Yi? Outsiders aside, even Yi Futian couldn't really see through Chen Yi. This guy had always been relatively casual, following him around without any ulterior motive. He lost to Yi Futian at Donghua banquet, but later, Yi Futian found out that Chen Yi had not exerted his full strength in the fight, he had kept his true strength hidden. These past few years, Chen Yi had not exhibited anything extraordinary, just quietly cultivating. When he entered the Renhuang Sixth Realm, he was not particularly joy, treating it as just another day. Even Yi Futian had no idea what it was that Chen Yi wanted. Or, was it really, as he occasionally joked, that he just wanted to stay around someone who could beat him so that he had more motivation to cultivate? However, Chen Yi did not seem to harbor any bad intentions and had no ulterior motive. If it were not Chen Yi who led him in escape, Ning Hua would have already caught up with him, so he didn't bother to ask any questions. Everyone had their own private thoughts and things that they didn't want to talk about. If Chen Yi didn't want to talk about it, he would not ask him either. But at this moment, Yi Futian had no time to think about any of this. As soon as Chen Yi made his move, so did he. The war godlike spear with the divine glory of the peacock lanced at that Renhuang of the Ninth Realm without any hesitation. Yi Futian repelled him with a single strike. With a flash of his body, he went straight towards Mu Yunshu. There are still some Renhuang in Nanhai family who wanted to step in to stop them. But when Yi Futian's spear pointed at them, it was enough to stop them dead in their tracks. Who among them could withstand a strike from him? Mu Yunshu immediately turned around to escape, but a loud rustling sound was heard as the vines from the ancient tree wrapped tightly around his body. The divine glory shone upon Mu Yunshu, summoning the golden-winged rock to break him free, but he was bound tightly. The vines twirled towards Yi Futian, delivering Mu Yunshu in front of Yi Futian. How dare you touch me? Mu Yunshu stared at Yi Futian icily, still full of unbridled arrogance. Yi Futian raised his hand and waved. A giant handprint appeared in the void and went directly towards Mu Yunshu. Bang! This giant handprint directly landed on Mu Yunshu's face. With a scream, he spat out blood and a few teeth. A palm print was clearly visible on his face, already swollen. Turning around, Mu Yunshu stared at Yi Futian. His eyes were icy as if he came from hell. I will definitely make you beg for death, Mu Yunshu said coldly. Bang! Another giant handprint was thrown at him before he could finish his threats. Mu Yunshu was looking quite disheveled. Bang, bang, bang. A series of slaps were thrown out in succession, and Mu Yunshu was dumbfounded. With his head throbbing in pain and his spiritual soul shook, he became a little confused. Yi Futian glanced at him, his eyes pierced directly into Mu Yunshu's mind, and he took him into a terrifyingly fantastical space. He was tied to a blood-colored stone tablet in this space, with sharp blades in front of him, piercing on his body, trying to nail him there. No, Mu Yunshu had a bewildered and frantic look on his face at the moment, as he struggled and snarled in panic. Kneel. A godlike voice sounded in his head. At this moment, Mu Yunshu dared not struggle but knelt in the air and pleaded, "Let me go." He was afraid now. In this space of illusion, Yi Futian seemed to really want him dead. Stuck between states of sanity and insanity, he suddenly had a strong desire to live. When Yi Futian saw this, he withdrew his sight, and the vines that seemed to bind Mu Yunshu disappeared. He fell to the ground. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling non-stop. He opened his eyes and became more lucid. His body trembled even more violently when he saw what was in front of him. No, it couldn't possibly be. Was this him, Mu Yunshu? Lifting his head, he saw Yi Futian standing in the air looking down at him, with eyes full of contempt. At this moment, Mu Yunshu felt his heart twist, and he was in extreme pain. Bang! In the void, a figure descended from the ether. It was Muyun Lan. He landed directly next to Muyun Shu. At the same time, Blind Tai also returned behind Yi Futian. In their battle, Muyun Lan realized that he couldn't overpower Blind Tai. After returning to the village as a blind man, he seemed even stronger than before, be it in perception, attack, or reaction speed. He couldn't see with his eyes, but he was more terrifying than when he could see. Muyun Lan lowered his head to look at Muyun Shu, who was beside him. His eyes were icy and gloomy. He left when Muyun Shu was still very young, so he almost had never seen him since. He and his younger brother communicated entirely through transmissions. As the absent elder brother, he thought he had not done much for him, so he doted on him and indulged his whims. But at this moment, Muyun Shu was being treated thusly. Older brother. Muyun Shu's eyes were glowing with blood as he regarded Muyun Lan. Those eyes made Muyun Lan feel enraged. Nanhai Qianxue also stopped fighting immediately and came to his side. Seeing Muyun Lan's expression, she knew just how badly he was feeling at this moment. Get up. Muyun Lan helped Muyun Shu up, then handed him over to the care of the Nanhai family. He raised his head to look at Yi Futian, his eyes filled with terrible murderous intent, not just toward Yi Futian, but to all the cultivators from Four Corner Village. This was not the case before, because after all, he was a cultivator from the village. Even if Four Corner Village did not want him and he lost in the fight, he still cared about their history together. However, his own feelings aside, the people in Four Corner Village did not seem to care about the past as much as he did. Everyone was following Yi Futian's lead and even abused his brother. In his eyes, Muyun Shu was nothing more than a teenager. He looked at Yi Futian, Blind Tai, and the others. He said, "From today onward, I, Muyun Lan, am done with Four Corner Village." Blind Tai, Fang Huan, and the others were moved slightly when they heard his words, but they did not have too much emotion. The Muyun family was expelled from Four Corner Village because of their own doings. The Muyun family was too ambitious and wanted to take control of the village and even entertain the possibility of joining forces with the Nanhai family, which was tantamount to betrayal. Muyun Shu was more akin to a jackal. Perhaps the people in Four Corner Village didn't resent Muyun Lan so much. But as for Muyun Shu, even people like Blind Tai wanted him dead. This little beast was not worth calling a human being. Therefore, the positions of both sides were destined. They could ever only stand on the opposite side as enemies. Buzz. An extremely radiant golden divine glory flashed and was gone. A shadow of a golden-winged rock appeared in the void, rushing directly at Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian sensed that a terrifyingly sharp aura covered him. Be careful. Blind Tai's reaction was incredibly fast, and he appeared in front of Yi Futian in an instant. He raised his hand, and a hammer strike came down. The gigantic divine hammer and the terrifying incoming golden-winged rock converged. With a loud bang, the body of the golden-winged rock shattered, but a gust of wind was set off between heaven and earth. Muyun Lan did not continue to attack. He knew that they had lost in this confrontation. Although there were still those in the Nanhai family who had not taken action, it was of little use. Apart from him and Nanhai Qianxue, no one else could decide the outcome of the battle. What was more, the Ren Huang of the Duan family had been watching from the sidelines. If they fought desperately at all costs, Muyun Shu and the others could not afford such a price either. Therefore, his gaze swept toward Yi Futian. There was an undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. But he turned around, walked towards the direction of the relic in front of him, and said, "You guys stay and take care of little Shu. The others will come with me." After that, he went straight inside. He knew that Yi Futian and the others would not touch Muyun Shu anymore. If they had wanted to kill him, they would have done it before Yi Futian didn't dare. Many people were watching all this taking place. They didn't expect that the cultivators of the Nanhai family would be at a disadvantage, suppressed by Yi Futian. They asked for a truce, and Muyun Shu was brutally humiliated. If it weren't for Yi Futian's concern about Nanhai family, they probably would have already killed Muyun Shu on the spot. It would seem that this enchanting young talent still had a long way to go and had no capital to be as unruly as he had been. Let's go take a look, too, Duan Xiong walked up and said in a low voice. Yi Futian nodded and headed inside as well. Previously, a beam of light had sailed across the firmament from the relic and was seen from far away. It would indicate that something had been discovered, possibly relics that had not been plundered. Now that the turmoil here had been settled temporarily, they ought to check it out. The cultivators from Nanhai family and Muyun Lan had also entered, and they must have discovered something. Moreover, there were many other cultivators in the relic, and none of them had not come out yet. Yi Futian and the others walked directly into the relic and felt that they had stepped into the ruins of a magnificent ancient city. Many dilapidated buildings were thousands of meters high and awe-inspiring. There must have been many splendid and ancient buildings in their heyday, but now they lay in ruins. As they continued walking forward, an invisible coercion gradually spread out in front of them. Before they got any closer, they could feel its transcendent power. Yi Futian revealed a trace of surprise. The relic had been plundered throughout generations and should have already been depleted by all the lootings. All that could be taken had already been taken away. Now, after so many years, could there still be opportunities of the Great Path? If so, why hadn't it been discovered before? Yi Futian didn't think too much. They sensed the aura as they continued moving forward. It didn't take long for them to feel that they had entered the world of another space, as if a wave of invisible power swept toward them. Be careful. This force is powerful. Blind Tai couldn't see the situation outside clearly, so he reminded Yi Futian as the situation here seemed a bit complicated. Yi Futian nodded. He had felt this power seem to become stronger as they moved further along until Yi Futian and the others came to the place where the dazzling divine light originated. They stopped and watched the scene ahead in shock. Not just them, but many people in this area had no time to even pay attention to the violent battles taking place outside, loitering in this space instead. In the front, what seemed to be the central area of the relic, there were 4 incredibly massive stone pillars surrounded the area. These 4 stone pillars were hefty and were far apart, surrounding a particular area. Terrifying brilliance dazzled in that area, and the 4 stone pillars were also bursting with dazzling light. This is an independent space, Yi Futian murmured. Yes, a small world. It is self-contained, Blind Tai said. Besides the Nanhai family, there were other cultivators from other major principalities. All of them were focusing their attention to the front, their expressions solemn, waiting with their guard up. Not long ago, someone tried to rush in by force and was slaughtered without a trace. The Tsongyuan continent was plundered long ago. Why are there any relics appearing now? Said Duan Xiong from the ancient royal family of Duan. He looked at the people around them and thought that these people should know how this relic appeared. Because a word was solved. At this moment, someone raised his head and spoke to Duan Xiong, who was in the void. Solved a word? Yi Futian looked at the speaker. Yes, one word. The man nodded and continued. One word contained an entire world. All these wonders are here because of the emergence of one word that materialized what we see before us now. Yi Futian felt unsettled when he heard the man's words. On the way over, he had heard from Duan Xiong, and the others talked about how terrifying the former master of Tsongyuan continent was. Now, he was hearing that the wonderment in front of them was nothing but a word. Previously, someone had discovered the word boundary in the ruins of the relic. After trying to communicate with it, the ancient word was cracked. Then, when the word disappeared, what is in front of us appeared. This world was hidden in the word boundary. A world hidden in one word. Yi Futian's heart was quite stricken with this knowledge. Chapter 2156, Walked Right Through. Yi Futian and the other martial artists looked ahead. Within the 4 pillars that surrounded that space, they could roughly make out a magnificent sight. It was like an incomparably luxurious ancient palace, and it looked majestic. The word world sealed a little world within it, and this little world was very likely to have something to do with the previous owner of this place, or it could even have been left behind by the previous owner back then. Yi Futian wasn't the only one who thought this way, everyone else thought the same way too. However, The 4 pillars that had seemingly formed a terrifying seal around the little world had made it impossible for all the cultivators to step in. Otherwise, all of them wouldn't have been waiting here for so long and would have gone in a long time ago. Wung. A renhuang who came later tried, and an illusionary shadow created by divine consciousness flew straight towards the pillars of light in front. But once it came close to the pillars of light, it began to bend, and after it entered the area surrounded by the pillars, the shadow created by divine consciousness was bent so badly that it shattered. The shadow ceased to exist, which made that renhuang let out a muffled cry, and he looked a little embarrassed. The great path here is not compatible with ours. If we try to enter by force, we will be destroyed, and our spiritual souls will also fall apart and turn to dust. We can't go at all, that renhuang said in a slightly low voice. For many years, nobody had discovered anything on this continent, but their trip this time gave them a pleasant surprise. They had found this hidden little world, which could be hiding a huge secret. It might have even been left behind by the deities who once occupied this place. But now, they were all blocked from entering it, and none of them liked this feeling of being stuck outside very much. Yi Futian's gaze became extremely frightening and deepened greatly as he looked fixedly in front. He noticed that the space surrounded by the pillars was completely different from the world outside the pillars. It was as if this space was a void. If it didn't have a barrier around it that forbade anyone from entering it, most people probably couldn't even see that this space existed. This made his heart suddenly start palpitating because he had discovered an extraordinary phenomenon. The way this space existed was very similar to a place he had been to before. Four Corner Village. Back then, the space occupied by Four Corner Village was also impossible for ordinary people to see since it was an illusionary space. Only certain people on the day of sacrificial rites were able to see it and enter it. These people were all people with great fates, and to Yi Futian, this so-called fate was really an ability to perceive. It was one's ability to perceive the path that was incompatible with this world. Such a discovery made Yi Futian recall many things. It seemed as though the legendary people of the past lived in a different world from the world he lived in today. That year, the heavenly path collapsed, and the world went through a major change, and that's how there was now a difference between this world and the original realm. Was there a link between the relics that the ones before him had left behind and the original realm? But of course, the real reason why Yi Futian's heart was palpitating was not any of these. It was his spirit. This spirit was a world tree, so it was able to develop a connection with divine items from the past, and it could even help him absorb from the land of demons and swallow the hearts of demons. This enabled him to overlap the two spaces of the Four Corner Village, which made it truly frightening. But what did all of this really mean? What exactly was a world tree? Was it really just a spirit that had been passed on? After cultivating to his current level, the things that Yi Futian understood could no longer be compared to what he understood in the past. Cultivators who had reached the Renhuang level could already remodel and change their own spirits. As their cultivation level increased, they could make their own divine wheel of the Great Path go through a complete transformation, which, in turn, influenced and changed their spirit. As it continued to evolve and be passed on, a real divine item could change one's fate against heaven's will, and so, it was only natural that the spirit could also be changed. He couldn't help but wonder if this world tree spirit was as simple as what he had inherited. It seemed like yet another opportunity to confirm his own spirit. This space here is a space of the Great Path that a legendary character of the past has left behind, and it is incompatible with the Great Path of space we have right now. This little world could be said to be a different world. Just then, someone spoke up as if he had also sensed something special about this space. The person who had spoken was Muyun Lan. He was a cultivator who had come from Four Corner Village and seemed to be more sensitive towards the aspect of cultivation. Also, his own cultivation level was very high, so he could sense that this space was different from the ordinary. This world here doesn't want outsiders to enter, so it has become a twisted and destructive space. So if one barges in by force, one would enter into a twisted great path of space, said Nanhai Chenxue as she looked at Muyun Lan. That's right. Muyun Lan nodded. If one can get in by force and can withstand this amount of force, then there's a chance you can go in. The other possibility is that those gifted in the cultivation of perfect grade great path of space might be compatible and enter this space. Perhaps, I could give it a try, said Muyunlan. His expression was grim as his eyes were fixed ahead. Nanhai Qianxue looked at him and said in a low voice, "It's too risky for you to do that." This was merely Muyunlan's conjecture, and even though Muyunlan's great path was perfect and could be compatible with the power from that space's great path, the space before them was left behind by someone great in the past. It would have reached the pinnacle of cultivation. So there was still a difference between the two. If Muyunlan barged in like that, it would be very dangerous. Before this, I didn't try because I wanted to see it more clearly. But I think I'm quite sure now, and I'm 80% confident of this. Even if I fail, I don't think I'd be trapped either, given my level of cultivation, said Muyunlan. He was determined to try barging in. Nanhai Qianxue knew Muyunlan's temperament and knew he was an extremely proud man. Since he wanted to try, then she wasn't going to be able to stop him. Be careful, said Nanhai Qianxue. Don't worry. Muyunlan nodded. After that, the divine light on his body glowed brilliantly as he unleashed the power of the great path of space to its maximum. His entire body was glowing with the divine light, and the golden rock wings behind him spread out as if it was able to break through the void at any time. If there were any sign that he might be trapped, he would give up immediately. The others all turned towards Muyunlan. This man was indeed a legendary character of their era, and his boldness and resolution were much higher than a normal person's. He actually wanted to barge in by force. They watched as Muyunlan walked towards the space surrounded by the pillars, flapped his wings, and entered the space. At that moment, they saw countless streams of lights flashing in the space as it enveloped his body. The rest of them watched Muyunlan with much anxiety. Would he be successful? The family members of the Nanhai family were the most anxious, especially Nanhai Qianxue. They saw that Muyunlan had run into some trouble inside, but he was still making progress. He seemed to have entered that space's dimension, and all the cultivators watching were surprised that they couldn't sense him anymore. His speed had slowed down as he moved along cautiously. Muyunlan seemed to be walking extremely slowly. Even though there was no sign of any great battle happening, many still felt like their hearts were in their mouth. Just then, they saw Muyunlan suddenly increase in speed as he rushed in like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, his body had entered the world surrounded by the pillars. Muyunlan's body seemed to become especially small as he stood inside. It was as if the measurement standards of the world inside were different from the world outside. In that case, even though this space didn't look very large from the outside, it might actually be huge once one got in. He's gone in. Many of them felt their hearts tremble. Muyunlan had been able to go in, but it was hard for the rest of them to do so. It was already rare to find a perfect grade great path cultivator in the first place, and someone who had perfected the great path of space was even rarer. Even the top factions of power might not find many among themselves. Muyunlan has gone in. I suppose he will become enlightened again, said one of them. Just then, they saw another person walk forward, which caused a strange look to appear on many of their faces, especially on the cultivators from the Nanhai family. The person walking towards the front was none other than Yi Futian. Nanhai Qing had a nasty look in his eyes. Did this fellow want to enter the space too? Even though his great path was perfect, it was still not easy to barge in. But he also hoped that Yi Futian would give it a shot, and the best would be if he died inside as well. Yi Futian, murmured someone softly. Would he be able to go in? It was probably going to be difficult and rather risky. But Yi Futian stood before the pillars and released small amounts of aura towards the light in between the pillars. In no time, the power of his great path flowed continuously into the space and merged with the great path of space inside. After that, everyone looked on in shock as Yi Futian walked right in without running into any obstruction. He just walked right through and into the space in the middle of the pillars. This, all the cultivators watching felt their eyes widen, and their mouths fell open. How was this even possible? How did Yi Futian do this? Even though his great path was perfect, his cultivation level was low, and it was way off from Muyunlan's level. How did he manage to go in with such ease? Even Nanhai Qing, who had been hoping to watch Yi Futian die a horrible death moments ago, suddenly kept that thought away as he witnessed with his own eyes how Yi Futian had just walked right across this area and entered the space. Many of them felt that this was simply ridiculous. Never mind the rest of them, even Duan Qiong stared with his eyes and mouth wide open as he watched Yi Futian saunter into the space. That seemed a little too easy, didn't it? Even though Mu Yunlan had made it before Yi Futian did, Mu Yunlan ran into some difficulties and seemed to have managed to enter the space after being very cautious. But Yi Futian had just walked right in as if this space was no different from the outside world. This scene was challenging for anybody to explain. Even though this fellow is also gifted in great path of space, he's made the process look a little too simple, said someone incredulously. Even I want to give it a shot now, grumbled another. Indeed, after watching Yi Futian walk in so easily, many of them felt tempted to try. But it didn't take long for someone to learn his lesson. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he might have died on the spot. This really puzzled a lot of people. Why was Yi Futian able to do this so easily, but they ended up nearly losing their lives from merely trying? Only the ones who were close to Yi Futian thought this to be normal. They didn't look surprised at all, as if this was to be expected. He and Mu Yunlan have both gone in. Would the two of them end up fighting? Someone suddenly asked in a low voice. The others realized all of a sudden that Yi Futian and Mu Yunlan had quite the feud, and they had gotten into a really violent fight outside not too long ago. And now, Yi Futian had gone in after Mu Yunlan. Wasn't he asking to get beaten up again? In the earlier fight, the Nanhai family and Mu Yunlan didn't gain the upper hand and were actually kept at bay, so Mu Yunlan might not actually dare to do anything to Yi Futian. Otherwise, nobody knows what would happen in the outside world, replied another. Many of them agreed. Anybody who witnessed the fight outside earlier knew very well that Yi Futian and the people of Four Corner Village had definitely gained the upper hand in that fight. If Mu Yunlan tried to kill Yi Futian in there, nobody out here would be able to stop Blind Tai. Yi Futian understood this very well too. After he entered the space, he felt like he had come to a completely different world. Looking in from outside and being inside this world itself gave him a very different feeling altogether. He now felt that he had truly come to a completely different space world. It was very real, and it was neither an elusive realm nor a void space. It was a place a legendary character of the past used for cultivation. All the buildings in this place were pure white and seemed to have been carved out of white jade. White jade pillars were tall enough to reach the sky as they held this place up and extended into the clouds. The beautiful sight before him gave him the feeling that he was now in a heavenly palace. Even the Donghua Palace of the Donghua Domain Chief's manor wasn't this majestic. This made Yi Futian believe that this was a place where some godlike person must have cultivated. The ruler of the Tsangyuan continent possibly sealed off the place where he cultivated so that it would not be destroyed and would survive till today. A solemnness rose in his heart as Yi Futian continued to walk ahead. But someone quietly stood in front of him and turned around to look at him. It was Mu Yunlan who had come in earlier. He didn't expect Yi Futian to have come in after him. But even though he saw that Yi Futian had made it in here, there was no dramatic change in his gaze. He just looked at Yi Futian with some frostiness as he said in a distant tone of voice, "If I don't tell you to move, you shall stand there and not move." With that, he started walking forward. His voice had an authority that was not to be questioned, as if he had given Yi Futian the command to stand there, and he was not allowed to move. Yi Futian frowned. He knew that Mu Yunlan wouldn't dare to do anything to him, but he didn't expect Mu Yunlan's personality to be so audacious. He had come in here, but Mu Yunlan didn't allow him to move. Yi Futian picked his feet up and started moving forward as well. But the moment he took one step out, Mu Yunlan stopped walking as well. Beams of gold divine light that carried the power of the great path emanated out from him. Whoong! All of a sudden, a golden figure appeared in front of Yi Futian. In an instant, the terrifying illusion of a golden-winged rock appeared from nowhere and came down murderously towards him. Its incredible pair of wings flapped and tore through the air as it made its way towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian shifted himself instantly and disappeared from where he was standing earlier to appear in a different place. But he soon realized that in the blink of an eye, several more illusions of golden-winged rocks had appeared before him. Each one seemed so real as they carried a ferocious aura while coming at him at the same time. They seemed to have drowned out the space here, and he had nowhere to escape to. At that moment, a gargantuan illusion of a peacock appeared behind Yi Futian. It gave off countless beams of light from its body and attacked all the illusions of the golden-winged rocks. But they were unable to hold up against the attack power of the golden-winged rocks. Yi Futian thrust his long spear outwards, only to see a golden-winged rock use its sharp claws to block the attack. It had actually used its razor-sharp claws to grab hold of the long spear as the other illusions continued to attack from other directions. The illusion of the peacock unleashed a glaring amount of divine light. It was as if it had come out from countless pairs of eyes at the same time, but it was still unable to fend off the force coming towards it that seemed to be able to blot out the sky. Bam! With a loud blast, Yi Futian flew out from the impact and was sent far into the distance. At that moment, all the illusions disappeared as they merged into one and returned to Mu Yunlan's body. Those jealous-looking eyes were filled with cold-blooded and murderous thoughts. If not for the fact that he couldn't kill Yi Futian now, he would have done it right now and gotten rid of this man. The power of level 8. The aura on Yi Futian trembled as he looked up at Mu Yunlan in front of him. Mu Yunlan was at Renhuang level 8 perfect grade Great Path, and he was reaching its peak already, so he was practically invincible, while Yi Futian's level was too far from his after all. Dealing with an ordinary level 8 Renhuang was no problem to him, and he would even have the upper hand. Still, Mu Yunlan was a compelling character from Four Corner Village and had experienced enlightenment. It was really way too difficult for him at level 5 to defeat Mu Yunlan. Everyone looking in from outside narrowed their eyes as they watched the battle. Mu Yunlan had seriously tried to attack Yi Futian, but Mu Yunlan didn't seem like he intended to really kill Yi Futian. There were too many things he had to consider, so he didn't dare to go too far. However, from what they could see, it looked like Mu Yunlan was purposely trying to stop Yi Futian from discovering any secrets within that space. Blind Tai couldn't see what was going on inside, and he couldn't sense it either, but his ears twitched, and he could overhear the discussions among the rest of the people. His expression turned cold as he started walking towards where the cultivators from the Nanhai family were standing. Nanhai Qing and the rest immediately tensed up and were worried that Blind Tai was here to take revenge. "Do not make me repeat myself," said Mu Yunlan aggressively before continuing to walk on. It was as if he had been standing there without moving throughout the attack. "But I want to understand a level 8 golden rock heaven slayer technique." Yi Futian ignored whatever Mu Yunlan said and continued walking forward. The blasts of Great Path resounded from his body as countless beams of divine light shot out from within his body. His whole body was filled with exuberant energy. Even though he was not at a level able to fight Mu Yunlan, who was at level 8 perfect grade Great Path, he didn't mind making use of Mu Yunlan to hone his fighting abilities. Before leaving the Donghua domain, he had heard that the most talented and powerful person of the domain, Ninghua, had already reached level 8. Regardless of whether it was Ninghua or Mu Yunlan, these were all rivals that he would eventually need to face in the future. So wasn't a chance to hone and perfect his skills a really rare chance? A tremendous amount of pressure filled the space. Yi Futian's body served as the center of this pressure, and a starry dimension with innumerable stars surrounded him. A bright white moon hung high in the sky as it emanated a chilling air, causing the space to nearly freeze over. Mu Yunlan's body was suspended in the air as the incredibly glorious picture of the domineering golden pengbird appeared on his body. His gaze swept towards Yi Futian and his murderous intentions intensified, but he tried his best to hold himself back. Kai Kai. A golden-winged rock flew out ferociously like a beam of light as it seemed to become a beautiful sword. This golden sword-like bird tore through the air and flew murderously towards Yi Futian. Many more golden-winged rocks surrounded it as if they were determined to kill everything in their way. Yi Futian shifted his consciousness, and the divine light from the frosty moon shone down on the legendary birds and affected their speed but was unable to destroy them. At the same time, he raised a hand and slammed it down, causing all the stars to instantly rain down towards the birds like divine monuments coming down from the sky. Bam! 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 It shattered all the force that it landed on, and even though the golden rocks continued to fly towards Futian, their strength had been greatly diminished. Many doors of space appeared in front of Futian and made their way towards those sword-like birds. The divine swords created by the golden-winged rocks broke through the doors and shattered them, but just then, a long spear attacked them, blocking the swords and blocking the attack. But in the same instant, a strong wind began to howl as an enormous bird smashed down from the sky as it aimed straight for Futian. The illusion of a peacock behind Futian unleashed an incredibly gorgeous light of the demon god from itself. The incomparably huge peacock shot into the sky as it became one with the divine light to collide with the bird that was smashing down. Boom! Futian was sent flying out again from the impact, and he gave a muffled cry. The blood force within his body roiled, but he caught his breath again almost instantly. He held a long spear in his hands and looked towards Muyun Lan. An eagerness to fight blazed in those eyes. Muyun Lan stared at Futian and could sense that eagerness to engage in battle from Futian's body. He could sense that Futian was making use of him to train himself up, and he knew that his threats didn't mean anything to Futian at all. They both knew very well that he didn't dare to do anything to Futian, so Futian ended up using his attacks to hone his fighting ability instead. When he realized this, Muyun Lan's expression darkened even further, and his murderous thoughts intensified greatly. But he had to think about the situation outside. Terrifying beams of divine light came down, and he wished he could kill Futian on the spot. But he couldn't do that. Muyun Lan spun around and left. He continued walking deeper into the space and didn't bother stopping Futian anymore. He knew there was no point in doing that, and he would only serve to benefit Futian instead. Futian felt that it was such a pity. It was so hard to find a rival at this level. An ordinary level 9 character wasn't his match either. But Muyun Lan had realized what Futian was trying to do, so he decided to just leave. Chapter 2158, The World Has No Path. Muyun Lan was in front, and Futian was in the back. The two of them walked on at the same time and passed many pillars that were so tall that they reached the clouds. Divine consciousness didn't work in this place, so they had to use their eyes to observe everything. They could vaguely sense a terrifying form of pressure in front, so they lifted their heads to look into the distance. They could make out a flight of stairs that extended high up towards the sky, and there were even more majestic-looking golden pillars at the top of the stairs. They sparkled brightly. It was as if there was something even more frightening to behold in that place. "What's over there?" thought both of them in their hearts. Muyun Lan had already started walking briskly towards the stairs. He didn't walk too quickly, but each step was strong and steady. Every step he took created a booming sound, making one feel a tremendous amount of pressure. This authoritative pressure wasn't something that he unleashed on purpose. It was a natural sort of formidability that made his expression grim as he fixed his gaze in front. His expression was bleak because he could sense that this series of chance encounters might really have led them to find an actual relic of the past, and it could really be something left behind by a truly incredible person of the past. Muyun Lan had been willing to marry into the Nanhai family to become their son-in-law, not only for the sake of his cultivation. He used to be from the village and knew very little about anything else. His knowledge of the world outside was blurry and as good as none. He only knew about cultivation and his wish to go out and explore the world. After wandering out there for several years, his knowledge expanded. But it was only after he met Nanhai Chenxue and came to the Nanhai family that he found out about the great secrets of ancient times. That was when he realized that there were still so many astonishing secrets to be uncovered and many stories that had been buried in the long river of history. And since he was facing what could be the relic of a godlike character, he became very solemn, and his heart was tumultuous. The gods of ancient times were those who dared to fight the heavens and were heaven-defying existences themselves. This sort of undefeatable boldness was something that triggered his ambition. He wished he had been born in that era to have competed with the heavenly palace. Futian looked equally solemn. But unlike Muyun Lan, he was still in the process of searching while cultivating. He was searching for the secret of his own past, he was searching for the truth behind the world tree, and of course, he wanted to know what this world really was like. There were many things that he felt like he had come into contact with but wasn't able to see clearly. But as his cultivation level continued to rise, he was beginning to inch toward the truth slowly. When he reached the stairs, he also felt this odd authoritative pressure coming from it. This pressure was ancient and solemn and wasn't brought here by some other power. It seemed like the purest form of might. It had no form or shape, but it weighed heavily on him and made him feel like he was suffocating. Futian started walking up the stairs. His body was surrounded by the glow of the divine light of Great Path as if he was a divine being himself, but the divine light of Great Path didn't seem as pretty or eye-catching in this place. On the contrary, it seemed somewhat dim, as if that mighty pressure had kept everything under its control, which caused Futian to feel that the power he had didn't seem to do any wonders for him, and he had to rely on his own body to endure everything that came his way. "What's up there?" wondered Futian. His heart was immensely calm. He looked up into the sky, and there was some anticipation in his eyes. But there was no way he could increase his speed, and he had no choice but to go up one step at a time. In front of him, Muyun Lan had stopped walking, and his breathing seemed to have quickened. He hadn't released any aura and did not unleash any of his great path power. It was clear that Muyun Lan had gone through the same thing as Futian. He had also realized that the powers he had were useless because this authoritative pressure had no regard for any great path power. It was a pressure that weighed on one's spirit. But after a few moments, he continued walking up. Futian followed behind him. His breathing started to quicken as well. He didn't stop and began to close the gap between himself and Muyun Lan. The two of them continued to walk higher and higher up the stairs. When Muyun Lan stopped again, he was left with only the last 3 steps. He took a deep breath, then picked up his feet and went up again. He stood at the top of the stairs, and for one moment, Muyun Lan's gaze froze. He stood where he was without budging an inch and just stared straight ahead. Futian figured that Muyun Lan must have seen something. He continued walking up from behind Muyun Lan, finally reaching the top and stood on the landing. After that, his gaze was also frozen like Muyun Lan's, and he, too, stood there without moving as he stared at what was in front of him. And so, the people outside witnessed a bizarre scene before them. These two enemies were actually standing side by side, quietly looking ahead. The people outside couldn't see exactly what was there and could only see an extremely bright ball of light. What did they see? Everyone's hearts trembled as a strong sense of curiosity overwhelmed them. These two were archenemies. What could they have seen that would make them stand there without moving the slightest bit? Many of them wished they could also go in to see what was there. But until now, the two of them were the only ones able to enter the space. Nobody else had been able to go in. If they wanted to know what the two of them had seen, they had to wait for them to come back out. At the same time, inside the space, Muyun Lan and Futian were faced with a glaring flash of golden divine light. The gleaming diving light was so glaring that their eyes hurt. This place seemed to have been a place where one cultivated. Characters were carved into the pillars that seemed to reach the sky, and they were all over the floor as well. It looked like a gigantic formation, and it also resembled an altar. But right in the middle of this area, Muyun Lan and Futian saw a golden coffin. That glorious golden divine light emanated from this golden coffin, and it hurt their eyes to look upon it. The mighty pressure was coming from this coffin as well, and it made both of them pant heavily. Even though they were powerful, they felt like their legs were about to give way. That was how frightening the pressure was. In this place, it seemed like none of the great path power was of any use. The might that shone on them had eliminated all the power they had. It's those words. Muyun Lan and Futian looked towards the words written on the pillars. 5 pillars had 5 different words on them: the world, has, no, and path. The world has no path, Muyun Lan murmured to himself. Just when he was about to unleash the great path aura within him, it was instantly distinguished. For as long as the divine light of those ancient words shone down on him, the great path did not exist. No path existed in this space. The world has no path. Yi Futian was equally shaken as he murmured these 5 words to himself. What did they mean? What was the path here referring to? The world had no path. Then what was the power that they had all been cultivating? If this sort of power existed, then why did it disappear completely in this space? Why wasn't it able to exist in this space? Mu Yunlan and Yi Futian's hearts were both filled with questions as they looked towards that coffin. Bam! Yi Futian stepped out, which caused the floor to resonate loudly. Even though his movement was extremely limited within this space, he still took that step out anyway. The strength of the world tree within his body slowly spread through the rest of his body, which filled his body with strength. Mu Yunlan's expression froze when he noticed Yi Futian's movement. He tried to take a step forward only to find that he wasn't able to. It was already not easy for him to remain standing under this tremendous pressure. But Yi Futian was actually able to continue walking. Did that mean he wasn't as powerful as Yi Futian? Mu Yunlan was a proud man by nature, so even though Yi Futian had made a name for himself recently and was incredibly gifted, he didn't think that he would be any less than Yi Futian. But after they had both entered this relic and come here, he didn't have any more strength to keep walking, while Yi Futian could continue walking ahead. This was a terrible blow to Mu Yunlan's pride. The great path resonated within his body, and it seemed like divine light was flickering behind him as he forced himself to take a step forward. But all of this was quickly extinguished by that formless divine light from the coffin. Fart! Mu Yunlan made a muffled noise as blood dribbled from his lips, but he still insisted on taking this step forward. He looked towards the front to see that Yi Futian was still walking ahead. He was walking very slowly, but he had already made 3 steps forward. Yi Futian seemed to have sensed Mu Yunlan's movement, so he turned back to glance at Mu Yunlan to see that Mu Yunlan was still trying to move forward despite bleeding from the mouth and nose. If he went on like this, he might end up bleeding from even more places. This man was naturally proud and was one who refused to give up or give in. But this obstinance wasn't always a good thing. Yi Futian had taken more steps forward only because the world tree wasn't affected by the divine light and had given him more strength. Otherwise, he would have remained where he was. The path of cultivation is not an easy one. Don't go down the path of destruction, said Yi Futian in a low voice. Mu Yunlan looked at him. Was Yi Futian advising him now? Was he mocking him? Or was he laughing at his misfortune? If you die like this, then I'd have one rival less. It's better if you leave yourself alive for me to kill, continued Yi Futian. After that, he didn't care about him anymore and took yet another step forward. Mu Yunlan was bleeding from more places now, so he ended up giving up. He moved his body backward to stand at the edge of the staircase once again and didn't dare to try moving forward anymore. Meanwhile, Yi Futian had already reached the coffin. The glaring rays of light made it hard for him to open his eyes, so he used a hand to block some of it. He looked towards the inside of the coffin, and his heart pounded wildly as his hand froze. He had just taken one look, and Yi Futian let out a tragic-sounding yelp as his body was sent flying right out. He crashed into one of the pillars and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Blood was also seeping out from his eyes, and he looked awful. Mu Yunlan felt his own heart pound wildly when he saw this. He stared straight at that coffin, then looked towards Yi Futian. He watched as Yi Futian put a hand over his eyes, and it was dyed red by blood. The energy from the world tree within his body extended to his eyes. He slowly moved his hand away, and the blood had all dried up. His eyes opened again to look towards the coffin. What's there? Mu Yunlan couldn't help but ask Yi Futian even though he knew Yi Futian was injured. Yi Futian's gaze looked back at where Mu Yunlan was standing. Mu Yunlan looked back at him as if he was waiting for a response from Yi Futian. What was inside this coffin? At that moment, Mu Yunlan felt his heart pound wildly on its own accord. But even though Yi Futian wanted to say something, he didn't say anything in the end. His heart was also pounding equally wildly. What on earth is it? Mu Yunlan asked again since Yi Futian didn't answer. His eyes glowed with curiosity. The thing almost blinded Yi Futian and left him open-mouthed. What could it possibly be? What was hidden inside of a divine casket that was sealed in the mysterious site of relics of ancient gods? Was it a body? Could it be the remains of ancient gods if it was indeed a body? Sacred remains? Yi Futian still didn't answer Muyun Lan's question. It was not that he didn't want to reply but that he couldn't tell what it was or to put it into words. Was it a corpse? He had trouble describing it clearly. While he still felt staggered and disconcerted at this moment, he was also filled with wonder and a strong urge to explore. His eyes, which had recovered from temporary blindness, were glued to the divine casket. Beams of divine light illuminated his body. It was imperial glory instead of the ordinary divine light of the Great Path. His eyes reflected the dazzling light and shone brilliantly as if they were eyes of God. He stepped forward again, walking over to the divine casket. He wanted to give it another try to identify the thing in the casket. He was almost blinded just now for taking a brief look. Any other cultivator at the same level would have lost his sight already. Muyun Lan clenched his fists and stared at Yi Futian without blinking. This jerk wouldn't tell him what was inside the casket. Muyun Lan exerted himself to move a step forward, attempting to take a look himself. Even if you managed to get here, you probably would be blinded after one quick look. Do you really want to try? A cold voice said to Muyun Lan. Muyun Lan dropped the idea right away. He stood frozen to the ground and was at a loss for words. He certainly had been performing worse than Yi Futian even though he was unwilling to admit it. He saw what kind of price Yi Futian paid to look inside the casket, and he knew he was very likely to be blinded if he tried it himself. Of course, Muyun Lan noticed how Yi Futian was glowing with the imperial glory as well. Yi Futian was fortunate enough to obtain the will of the great emperor during a serendipitous encounter. Perhaps it was why he was better than Muyun Lan and was confident enough to try again. Yi Futian walked extremely slowly. Each of his footsteps was heavy. It was as if he was carrying tons of weight. He paused for a second when he reached the divine casket. His eyes already turned into a rich and bright golden color as though they were brightened by the divine light. Yi Futian approached the divine casket one more time to look inside. In an instant, countless rays of divine light pierced into Yi Futian's eyes. He felt excruciating pain in his eyes, and even his spiritual soul was shaken violently. The blinding golden divine light seemed to be an endless flow of runes. Each rune was left by the ancient gods and contained enigmatic power. More remarkably, the countless runes all seemed to be coming from a body, which was essentially made up of golden runes. It was a corpse indeed. The sacred remains. However, the dazzling and magnificent sacred remains didn't have blood, flesh, or bones. Even if a god died, his body would never decompose, and his blood wouldn't dry out either. Moreover, he could resurrect himself even if he only had one drop of blood or one patch of skin left. Yi Futian couldn't imagine what gods were capable of, but at least they would have bodies that could last forever. That being said, the sacred remains in front of him were composed of innumerable runes. It was a spectacular sight. Yi Futian felt a strong, sharp pain in his eyes. He let out an agonized yelp and fell back. 2 streams of blood trickled from his eyes and made him look miserable. Even though he was well prepared this time, Yi Futian couldn't endure the pain for more than a split second. The runes that formed the remains thrust into his eyes and head. He couldn't persevere in the face of this kind of power. Was this developed after a god's death? Yi Futian was astounded even though this was not the first sacred remains that he saw. In the past, he had encountered the divine heart of the peacock left by the peacock demon god. What did the sacred remains mean this time? At the moment, this area in the outer realms was surrounded by a lot of cultivators. They were all eager to know what was going on inside. Why did Muyun Lan stop moving forward? What happened to him? Yi Futian, as opposed to Muyun Lan, walked into the area that couldn't be discerned. Did it mean that Yi Futian was doing better than Muyun Lan in the relic? All of a sudden, everyone sensed the formidable authority of heaven. Many of them raised their heads to look in the direction of the source of the terrifying energy. They immediately saw a person appear in the sky above them. It was an old man with an ethereal quality. His long, white beard was flowing in the wind, making him look like a deity. Who is that? Everyone's heart was pounding with excitement and anticipation. The cultivators from the Nanhai family bowed to the old man and said, "Greetings to the clan leader." The clan leader of the Nanhai family was here. The crowd was almost blown away. No one expected to see master cultivators here, let alone the preeminent leader of the Nanhai family. He arrived so quickly. It seemed that the cultivators from the Nanhai family informed him of the situation, which attracted him here at once. The clan leader of the Nanhai family gazed at the area below with a solemn expression. He asked, "How was this discovered?" After years of raiding and plundering, they thought there was no valuable relic left in the Tsungyuan continent. This was why it was shocking for them to see the situation here. This meant that they missed one of the most important relics on this continent. This area came into sight after someone solved the mystery by chance, a person replied. The clan leader of the Nanhai family was lost for words. Was it that simple? Nevertheless, it was meaningless to inquire about the details or regret the past. Instead, he focused on the present and watched the area intently. Just when he was about to make a move, another burst of fierce energy arrived. A voice rang out in midair. "I was wondering what Brother Nanhai was rushing for. It turns out that there is God's relic on the Tsungyuan continent." Before the voice faded, another master cultivator came into view. "Brother Nanhai, it's quite selfish of you to not share the news with us." A succession of master cultivators showed up, one of whom looked like a majestic ruler in his lavish imperial robe. The sovereign of the Shangyu deity nation. It appeared that most of the mighty figures of the upper third heaven had arrived. They all went to the Shangqing continent at the request of the domain chief's manor. However, the leaders of the Nanhai family and the An family left abruptly, which caught the attention of other master cultivators. They followed them here, which led to what happened just now. The crowd was electrified to see the most prominent cultivators arriving one after another. The domain chief's manor invited them over. Yet, who would have thought that they all gathered here in the Tsungyuan continent? Everyone could feel a great force of intense pressure pressing down over their bodies because of these mighty figures' presence. However, they were only staring at the area below while unleashing terrifying energy to surround the pillars. Subsequently, the crowd was hit by a strong yet invisible wave. It felt like a surreal spatial storm to the cultivators nearby. "Back off." A voice boomed in the void. The cultivators immediately pulled back. But the invisible undulation of energy grew more intense. It turned into a gale and was transformed into a real spatial storm. A wicked storm struck again, and blinding light flooded the space. At this moment, all of the wrecked buildings were once again smashed to smithereens, dust clouds blowing in the wind. After the storm finally subsided, the crowd standing far away suddenly realized that the area had changed. To everyone's astonishment, numerous stone pillars soared into the clouds as if they were part of a splendid divine palace. "This is what's inside." Many people felt their hearts pounding rapidly. Was the divine palace inside the relic moved out by the master cultivators by force? Yi Futian and Muyun Lan naturally sensed the change as well. They raised their heads to look at the people hovering in the air. Although he had never met any of them, Yi Futian knew that they were mighty figures from various top forces. Old Ma. Yi Futian recognized Old Ma, who was behind the crowd. Old Ma followed other people here too. Father-in-law, Muyun Lan shouted at the clan leader of the Nanhai family. The man nodded and responded, "Muyun Lan, pull back for now." Muyun Lan nodded slightly. There was no point for him to stay now that the master cultivators had arrived. Before he made a quick exit, he darted a glance at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was quietly withdrawing from the area. Even so, many master cultivators in the air noticed him. They stared at him for a while, surprised that he could approach the divine casket. In fact, the master cultivators were also astounded to see that it was a divine casket. As soon as they focused their attention on the inside of the divine casket, several of them closed their eyes. Others shrieked and immediately teleported away, then reappeared in the sky extremely far away. "What is that?" A voice echoed through the area. Even the clan leader of the Nanhai family drew back without looking at the casket. His eyes closed tightly. The spectators were stunned by their reaction. What on earth was inside the dazzling divine casket? Even the most powerful cultivators recoiled in horror. There was no doubt that it was something left by the ancient gods. A cultivator from the Nanhai family rose into the air, trying to sneak a peek. But the clan leader bellowed, "Back off. You can't look at it." Startled, the man stopped right away. He understood that he had to curb his curiosity when he saw the expression on the clan leader's face. He couldn't even cast a brief look at the divine casket. The master cultivators stood in different directions and seemed extremely cautious. Even people as powerful as them didn't dare to look. One could well imagine what kind of horrific thing was lying inside the divine casket. "Is it him?" someone asked the clan leader of the Nanhai family. He was awfully afraid and didn't have the courage to look himself. "Yes," the clan leader of the Nanhai family nodded and replied. "I'm surprised that the remains of an ancient legend are preserved till today," the person exclaimed. "Father-in-law, whose body was it?" Muyun Lan asked. It turned out that his guess was right. It was sacred remains indeed. However, how could a corpse contain so much terrifying power that even the master cultivators had to stay away? "If I'm correct, this should be Xinjia the Great Emperor," the clan leader of the Nanhai family said in a low and solemn voice. Even he felt deep respect and admiration for such a legendary figure. The majority of the world had never heard about Xinjia the Great Emperor. Only the master cultivators vaguely knew something about him. It was arcane history from ancient times. Ordinary cultivators outside of the most influential families couldn't possibly obtain such information. On top of that, even the families that rose to prominence in recent years didn't have chances to access the secret stories from ancient times. It had to be aristocratic families with a long lineage. Xinjia the Great Emperor who didn't believe in the heavenly path? Muyun Lan was taken aback. He had learned about the little-known stories of many mighty figures in ancient times since he married into the Nanhai family. Many supreme cultivators achieved spectacular feats and left a mark in the history of time. Xinjia the Great Emperor was one of them. He didn't worship the heavenly path and dared to challenge the mainstream belief. He once carved the words heaven and earth to demonstrate unmatched confidence and firm resolve to confront heaven. He didn't believe in the heavenly path. Futian silently repeated Muyun Lan's words. Astonished, he looked at the runes on the stone pillars. This supreme cultivator in ancient times didn't believe in the heavenly path and built these stone pillars to destroy the established great path. What kind of bold vision and elevated state of mind he had. Futian could hardly imagine. What on earth was the highest level of cultivation? He once heard that the heavenly path collapsed because it was broken during the Great War from the distant past. Now he couldn't help but wonder if the heavenly path came apart because there were too many marvelous cultivators competing against heaven at that time. It would be a shocking history if his speculation were true. Nevertheless, no one knew what exactly happened in the past. At least Futian couldn't figure it out yet. He had cultivated for such a long time and thought that he had acquired plenty of knowledge. Nowadays, however, it was becoming clear to him that there were much more that he didn't know. He felt like an ignorant child. Now, almost all the master cultivators in the Shangqing domain were daunted by a corpse of an ancient legend. They couldn't even take a brief look without undergoing tremendous pressure and risk. Who could come near the sacred remains? At this moment, another person stepped forward and looked down into the divine casket. It was the overlord of the Shangyu deity nation. His body was releasing terrifying energy, and his eyes glowed with the divine light. His gaze penetrated the space and focused on the sacred remains directly. Nonetheless, even with his dominant power and thorough preparation, he only held on for a short moment before shifting his eyes away. Although he managed to look at the sacred remains for a longer time than the clan leader of the Nanhai family did, it didn't mean that he was stronger than him. He was more prepared. "It's undoubtedly Xinjia the Great Emperor," the overlord of the Shangyu deity nation said. Rumor has it that Xinjia the Great Emperor was able to transform the Great Emperor into runes. His physical body was invincible and imperishable as a result of long time and high-level cultivation. I would have never thought that I could see his sacred remains so many years later. Even though Xinjia the Great Emperor has already passed on, his body here is probably still in a class of its own. His remarks tantalized many people. Overlord Shangyu had a point. Anyone who could control the sacred remains would be unrivaled in the divine prefecture. Apart from Donghuang the Great Emperor, who could prevail over the sacred remains of Xinjia the Great Emperor of ancient times? Although the sacred remains could be used as the ultimate weapon, ordinary folks could barely take a look, let alone control it. Notwithstanding, the lack of ability didn't stop people from fantasizing about it. Who didn't want to become the unparalleled fighter in the world? All of a sudden, the wind started to gust, and the clouds rolled in. Another person arrived while carrying intimidating power with him. The crowd looked up at the sky. The master cultivators already realized who just turned up. It seemed that it would be difficult for them to seize hold of the sacred remains for themselves now. I invited all of you to come to the Shangqing continent. Yet it looks like you are all gathered here instead. The crowd heard his voice before seeing his face. Everyone raised their heads and saw a middle-aged man emerging in the sky. His hair was completely gray even though he seemed to be only 40 years old. Judging by his handsome face and majestic bearing, it was not hard for people to guess his identity. He was the domain chief of the Shangqing domain. Domain chief, you're here too. The master cultivators greeted him one after another. The chief nodded and looked in the direction of the divine casket. He said, "Who would have thought that there are sacred remains hidden in a relic on the Tsungyuan continent in the Shangqing domain? We would have turned the Tsungyuan continent upside down if we knew that the body of Xinjia the Great Emperor still existed. The top forces surely would do their utmost to thoroughly search through the Tsungyuan continent if they had known before. However, things would become tricky now that the domain chief had personally come. Everyone was conceiving all sorts of sinister plots in their heads before the chief's arrival. But it would be even harder for them to get their hands on the sacred remains now." The domain chief shot a glance at the divine casket and said, "It's Xinjia the Great Emperor indeed." He bowed slightly to the divine casket below to show his respect for the ancient legend. Then, he scanned the crowd and announced, "Let's head to the Shangqing continent together since you are all here. I will bring the divine casket to the domain chief's manor and report to the Donghuang Imperial Palace later." Everyone's heart sunk upon hearing his decision. The domain chief's plan was indisputable. The others might be able to question him if he only said to bring the casket back to the domain chief's manor. But he specifically added that he would report it to the Donghuang Imperial Palace later, which meant that he would only hold the divine casket temporarily for safekeeping. Who could challenge his decision after he stated his intention of waiting for Donghuang the Great Emperor's instruction? That being said, it was unclear how long he planned to keep the divine casket in the domain chief's manor before reporting to the Donghuang Imperial Palace. He might hold on to it for a while. Either way, his argument was watertight. It's extremely rare to encounter the sacred remains of the Great Emperor in early ancient times. Domain chief, after you bring the casket back to the Shangqing continent, can we study it together for a while to make some progress in cultivation? The overlord Shangyu suggested. They had to compromise at this point for a chance to study the sacred remains. At the very least, they couldn't let the domain chief hog it for himself. No problem, of course. Any cultivator would be eager to study such a divine body from the early ancient times. The domain chief nodded and said, "I understand what you mean. Thank you, domain chief." Everyone nodded in agreement. It would be inappropriate for them to push further at this point. Nonetheless, none of them was satisfied with the arrangement. The domain chief settled the issue of jurisdiction over the sacred remains moments after his arrival. The last word belonged to the most powerful person for sure. No one cared or inquired about the person who discovered the relic in the first place, as if it didn't matter at all. Of course, it was only a trivial detail indeed. "Let's go back to the Shangqing continent together since we're all here," the domain chief said. Then he turned his eyes to the area below. With a deafening sound, the earth quaked violently. Cracks appeared one by one as though the ground was about to be split open. The intense divine light of the great path illuminated the area. The domain chief made a grabbing gesture with his hand, and the entire relic was uprooted, creating a series of thundering noises. The onlookers were stunned to see the domain chief attempting to move the relic away in one piece. The whole site slowly rose into the air like a castle. It was encased in the form of fearsome energy. The power of the casket was contained and did not affect the movement. "Let's go," the domain chief said. He set out right away while carrying the relic. The clan leader of the Nanhai family looked down at Nanhai Qianxue and Muyun Lan. "Come up." "Yes." They joined him and left together. Other master cultivators also brought their youngsters along with them. "Let's set off too." Old Ma, who had been standing by the side quietly, finally spoke to Yi Futian and the others. Duan Tianxiong was right next to Old Ma. He nodded slightly at Yi Futian and joined them as well. Everyone from the top forces left the scene before long. Many cultivators who had no one to bring them along with could only lament the lack of chance to even go near the divine relic. People of Four Corner Village were traveling together with cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan. Yi Futian asked Duan Tianxiong, "Your Majesty, have you heard about Shenjia the Great Emperor before?" "Only a little," Duan Tianxiong nodded and replied. He didn't believe in the heavenly path and challenged the gods. The Shangqing continent was definitely the key area in the Shangqing domain. It was visible from afar away. Yi Futian and the others initially planned to head straight to the Shangqing continent. However, they had to take a detour because of what happened in the Tsungyuan continent. Now that the situation was resolved, they followed other cultivators and marched to their original destination through the infinite space. Soon, they arrived at Qing City, which was the capital of the Shangqing continent. Qing City was a hotspot for cultivators of different forces from every corner of the domain. The domain chief's manor had sent the invitation to all the groups, and they welcomed visitors and representatives with open arms. Rumor had it that the domain chief's manor summoned everyone this time because critical changes were happening within the divine prefecture and war might break out. A lot of people were desperate to know who the divine prefecture would be fighting. What kind of a disastrous calamity would it be if the entire divine prefecture was engaged in war? Countless people gathered in a remote area and gazed at the domain chief's manor, which was the most powerful cultivation group in the entire Shangqing domain. It was a wonderland for many cultivators who longed to join the domain chief's manor and cultivate there. At this moment, the crowd suddenly felt a burst of intense energy coming from the sky. A distant booming sound froze everyone in their tracks. Their hearts trembled with fear. Who on earth was coming? How could someone stir up such a storm? The cultivators inside the domain chief's manor certainly sensed the disturbance as well. One after another, they sprang up and took to the air, gazing at the sky far away. At once, they saw a shocking and thrilling scene. A group of people came into sight in the sky. In the meantime, however, there was also a grand building moving along their side. It seemed that an entire piece of land was uprooted and brought here. "It's the domain chief." Everyone in the domain chief's manor was amazed and electrified. What is happening? Did the domain chief move a whole city here? None of the cultivators understood what was going on. Moments later, they saw that the domain chief slammed the floating city down from the sky. With a rumbling noise, the imposing structure landed on the vacant lot outside of the domain chief's manor, which happened to be large enough to accommodate it. What? The cultivators in the domain chief's manor immediately sprinted out toward the lot. They were eager to check out the mysterious structure. The spectators outside of the domain chief's manor were also filled with curiosity and desired to look. "Send people to guard the area. No one is allowed to lay eyes on the thing inside the divine casket. I hereby proclaim a strict ban on approaching the area for cultivators of the domain chief's manor. Anyone who violated the ban would lose his vision or even life. The outside cultivators are also prohibited from looking at the divine casket. The trespassers will face the consequence themselves," a firm and solemn voice rang out. Everyone was astounded and perplexed at the same time. A divine casket. What was inside? Moreover, the The domain chief warned that anyone who took a look would lose their vision or even be killed. How horrifying. That being said, the domain chief's injunction only made people burning with curiosity. What could be inside? Why did he prohibit people from approaching it? Domain chief, what is that? One of the cultivators from the domain chief's manor asked directly. The sacred remains. The domain chief gave a straightforward answer. The event that occurred in the Tsungyuan continent would be made public in less than no time. He might as well tell the truth now. The sacred remains. The domain chief brought back the sacred remains. Every cultivator, both inside and outside the domain chief's manor, was astonished by the answer. They were even more intrigued now. However, they were deterred by the domain chief's warning and didn't dare to act recklessly. Only now did the crowd notice the cultivators following the domain chief. Everyone behind the domain chief seemed intimidating and unapproachable. They probably were mighty figures who came back to the manor along with the domain chief. I will send someone to inform to the Donghuang Imperial Palace as soon as I return to the domain chief's manor. Would you like to stay for a few days in the domain chief's manor to get some rest? The domain chief said to the people behind him. They darted a glance at the divine casket below. The clan leader of the Nanhai family answered on their behalf, "There is no need to trouble you. We will stay in town, waiting for your order. We can go to the domain chief's manor whenever you need." Besides, they were allowed to check out the divine casket at any time anyway. All right, the domain chief nodded and said, "In that case, I will not take up more of your time. Please suit yourselves. I will invite you over in a few days when the Donghuang Imperial Palace enlightens me as far as the next step." Everyone nodded their consent. They took another look at the divine casket and left separately. "Let's go, too," Old Ma said to Yi Futian and the others. They left with the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan and found an inn in the city to stay in. After the domain chief and other master cultivators left, the news about the divine casket and the sacred remains of Xinjia the Great Emperor swept across the capital of the Shangqing continent. Astonished and intrigued, a large number of people flocked to the area outside of the domain chief's manor, eager to have a look. The domain chief's warning also spread widely. It was said that even the domain chief and other master cultivators couldn't look directly at the sacred remains when they were back in the Tsungyuan continent. Average renhuangs would suffer a gruesome death even if they only sneaked a peek. Even so, the more grisly the rumor became, the more people gathered outside of the domain chief's manor. After he settled down in the inn, Yi Futian couldn't concentrate on cultivation. His mind was still occupied by the sacred remains of Xinjia the Great Emperor in the divine casket. At this point, Duan Qiong happened to come to look for him. He said, "Brother Yi." Yi Futian stopped cultivating and turned his eyes to Duan Qiong. Duan Qiong asked, "Are you able to focus?" Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. He couldn't concentrate. "Earlier today, you saw the sacred remains of Xinjia the Great Emperor in the divine casket, right? If not for what happened after that, perhaps you could have cultivated with it for a while longer and might have even learned or discovered something. But we probably don't have a chance now since the domain chief has taken the divine casket away. He will likely submit the sacred remains of Xinjia the Great Emperor to the Donghuang Imperial Palace before long." Of course, Yi Futian understood it as well. It was disappointing to miss the rare opportunity. He might be able to make considerable progress if he could really study the body of Xinjia the Great Emperor. Duan Qiong noticed Yi Futian's expression and said with a smile, "Let's go. People are gathering outside of the domain chief's manor. I even heard some people in the inn talking about it. We should check it out too. Maybe you can have more time with the sacred remains and comprehend something." "Good," Yi Futian nodded and answered at once. He was not thrilled that the domain chief seized hold of the divine casket. But he didn't have enough power to challenge him. The master cultivators swarmed to the relic and dominated the situation. Even Muyun Lan was a nobody in front of them, let alone Yi Futian. Those mighty figures didn't even notice their existence. Yi Futian had no choice but to watch the divine casket being taken away. The opportunity slipped through his fingers. Not only were Duan Qiong and Yi Futian of the same mind, but Blind Tai and the others also came to join them. Soon, they returned to the area outside of the domain chief's manor. The neighborhood looked completely different now. Countless cultivators thronged the streets. The crowd made an awful din. A lot of powerful cultivators were guarding the divine casket. An arrogant Ren Huang, who rebelled against the warning, was blinded after one brief look in the casket. Chapter 2162, Archenemy. Although the domain chief issued a ban, he also said that outsiders who disregarded his warning and insisted on examining the divine casket would suffer the consequences. Therefore, the guards sent by the domain chief's manor would only put people on notice. If someone really attempted to break through the barrier, they wouldn't stop the interloper by force. As a result, the Ren Huang, who was quite famous in Qing City, became the first sacrifice. Stumbling through the crowd, he was still bleeding from his eyes and shrieking in agony. However, what happened to this Ren Huang served as a cautionary tale for everyone else. The domain chief was not exaggerating to scare people. Whatever was inside the divine casket could blind people in an instant. Countless cultivators gathered outside of the domain chief's manor. Both the ground and mid-air were seething with people. They were all tempted to take a look, but few had the courage and confidence. At this moment, a person walked in long strides toward the space above the divine casket. Many people noticed him and were impressed by his dignified manner. He certainly was not an ordinary man. A beautiful woman behind him reminded him, "Be careful. He is going to give it a try." The crowd watched him with bated breath. This cultivator stepped forward to check out the divine casket. That's Nanhai Chenxue, the precious daughter of the Nanhai family. The man is her husband, Muyun Lan, someone in the crowd said loudly. The spectators made a loud din. Muyun Lan, the renowned genius from the Nanhai continent, also came to inspect the divine casket. Yi Futian, who was also standing in the crowd, focused his eyes on Muyun Lan. It seemed to him that Muyun Lan felt bitter about his failed attempt in the Zhongyuan continent. He was eager to have another try after they arrived at the Shangqing continent. Muyun Lan was disgruntled and resentful indeed. Back on the Zhongyuan continent, he couldn't move forward at all despite his burning desire to take a look at the inside of the divine casket. He kept asking Yi Futian what was inside, but Yi Futian never responded. Muyun Lan felt deeply humiliated in that circumstance. His father-in-law and other master cultivators arrived shortly after that. Even with their tremendous power, they couldn't look directly at the sacred remains in the divine casket. Now, Muyun Lan was more eager to see how terrifying the sacred remains truly were and why most people couldn't take a brief look. Muyun Lan was fully prepared this time. On top of that, he planned to look down at the divine casket from above, so he wouldn't be repelled by the potent force again. His body was illuminated and shielded by the brilliant divine light of the great path, and his eyes glowed with a golden radiance. He kept moving forward and reached the sky above the divine casket. With one glance at the divine casket, he seemed to see endless runes of the great path instead of a dead man's body. Those runes of the great path immediately blasted into his eyes. The ancient characters bludgeoned the way through his defense and stabbed at his eyes in a split second. No matter how strong a cultivator might be, the eyes were always the vulnerable spots. Although Muyun Lan was mentally prepared, he had to hurry to close his eyes. He stumbled several steps back, his body shaking violently. The onlookers saw him covering his eyes with both hands. Blood seeped through his fingers and streamed down his cheeks. Many people were struck dumb by the scene. The crowd stood in shocked silence, watching Muyun Lan suffering in midair. Even a forceful cultivator like him was wounded so badly that he was bleeding from his eyes. People could only guess what the sacred remains could do to an average man. Muyun Lan would lose his vision if he tried again. The magnitude of the danger was beyond anyone's imagination. What on earth did Muyun Lan see? No one dared to take a look at something right in front of them. It also sounded ridiculous. Nanhai Chenxue ran to check on Muyun Lan. Muyun Lan removed his hands and shook his head at her. He said, "I'm all right." Despite what he said to comfort his wife, He could still feel the sharp pain in his eyes and would never forget the amount of power contained in each rune. "Don't look at it again," Nanhai Qianxue said in a soft voice. Although she was rather intrigued, she curbed her curiosity and didn't try it herself. "Yes," Mu Yunlan nodded and replied. One glimpse was enough for him. At least he saw what was in the divine casket with his own eyes and finally let go of the obsession that had started on the Tsungyuan continent. He cast his mind back and finally understood why Yi Futian didn't answer his questions even after looking at the sacred remains several times. Yi Futian probably didn't know how to put it into words. "Mu Yunlan, how did it feel?" someone asked. A lot of prominent cultivators were watching Mu Yunlan in the front rows. They were cultivators from various top forces. A few of them stopped at the Tsungyuan continent before, but most came directly to the Shangqing continent and only learned about the sacred remains of Xinjia the Great Emperor from the elders. No matter how many years it has been since Xinjia the Great Emperor's demise, his sacred remains are not something that are to desecrated by us. We don't even get to catch a glimpse. I suppose that only a great emperor who dared to challenge the heavenly path would be able to achieve that, Mu Yunlan exclaimed. He had lost his usual arrogance. How could he remain to be self-satisfied when he couldn't even look at a corpse? As an 8th-order Renhuang with a perfect great path, he was virtually unrivaled among his peers. Apart from several master cultivators, only a handful of cultivators in the entire Shangqing domain were in the same league as him. Nevertheless, as strong as he might be, he was a puny ant who was absolutely incomparable with Xinjia the Great Emperor. The more powerful the cultivator was, the more deeply he understood cultivation and the humbler he became. Many people were surprised by Mu Yunlan's remark. They noticed the abrupt change in him and felt different from what he used to be. People who were familiar with Mu Yunlan knew him as an extremely arrogant and proud man. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but be humbled by the sacred remains of Xinjia the Great Emperor. "I heard that someone outdid you on the Tsungyuan continent," a person said. With an indecipherable expression, Mu Yunlan answered, "Yes." As a matter of fact, Yi Futian was more successful than him when they both tried to break into the relic on the Tsungyuan continent. He couldn't deny it. Where did this Yi Futian come from? Blind Tai's strong reaction prompted Yi Futian to check out the middle-aged man. Blind Tai lost both his sight and trust in people from the outer realms because he was betrayed by a friend who also stole the divine technique from him decades ago. The middle-aged man seemed to possess tremendous power. Yi Futian assumed that he was the one who blinded Blind Tai. Yi Futian had been inquiring about Blind Tai's story in Four Corner Village. He learned which top force betrayed Blind Tai and stole the divine technique in the past. There was a supergroup called the Demon Cloud Clan in the lower third heavens of the 9 heavens. The Demon Cloud Clan had a relatively short history compared to other sizable groups in the Shangqing domain. It didn't rise to power on account of a rich heritage. Instead, it was established and developed solely by one extraordinary and domineering cultivator, the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan. The Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan had cultivated for a long time and possessed astonishing power. Although the Demon Cloud Clan was based in the lower third heavens, many people believed that the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan was already in the same league as the master cultivators in the middle third heavens. On top of that, the cultivators from the Demon Cloud Clan were exceptionally ambitious and forceful. As a result, the group had advanced and expanded rapidly. The current generation was led by Mo Ku, the eldest son of the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan. He was bestowed with outstanding natural talent and had become an intimidating cultivator. Many people believed that he might even surpass the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan and achieve more in the future. Rumor had it that the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan suddenly rose to prominence thanks to obtaining a divine item. It was also why Mo Ku, his eldest son, was able to make breakthroughs again and again. The son had become more successful than the father. Although he was from the lower third heavens, Mo Ku was one of the most noted cultivators in the Shangqing domain. He was an 8th-order Renhuang with a perfect great path and was only one step away from becoming a master cultivator. If Mo Ku managed to advance to the 9th order, the Demon Cloud clan would spring up and become one of the most influential forces in the Shangqing domain. They might even have enough prestige to compete with the top forces in the upper third heavens. Mo Ku was also famous for his relationship with Blind Tai from Four Corner Village. Back in the day, they traveled through the Shangqing domain together like close brothers. Both of them were extraordinary cultivators who were well sought after. However, Mo Ku betrayed Blind Tai later. Not only did he steal Blind Tai's divine technique, but he also blinded and almost killed him. The news came as a bombshell at that time. Many people despised the Demon Cloud clan for their ruthless behaviors and unscrupulous means to get ahead. The groups in the upper 9 heavens also stayed away from the Demon Cloud clan. That being said, everyone had to admit that the Demon Cloud clan was growing stronger and stronger owing to their sheer brutality and wild ambition. They were probably aiming at the upper third heavens. As soon as he sensed the rage emanating from Blind Tai, Futian figured out the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him. This man must be Mo Ku, the eldest son of the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan and the culprit who betrayed and disabled Blind Tai. Futian raised his head to stare at Mo Ku and said, "I will keep studying the inside of the divine casket. If you ask me again whether the sacred remains should be seen, my answer will remain the same. It's not my business if you look at it or not. You will know once you have seen it yourself. There is no need to ask me if your mind is settled already. Look at it if you want, don't if you don't have the balls." The crowd was baffled by Futian's response. He sounded extremely arrogant, and it was hard to tell in which direction he was pushing. Should the others look at the sacred remains or not? Based on what he said to Mo Ku, he seemed to be goading Mo Ku. Mo Ku was not an average cultivator. Nowadays, he was a wunderkind who was almost unrivaled among his peers in the Shangqing domain. Of course, Mo Ku wouldn't fall into Futian's trap so easily. He slowly turned his eyes to Blind Tai and said, "It's been a long time since I saw you last." Blind Tai lifted his chin to face Mo Ku. Even though he couldn't see, Mo Ku's face had been imprinted on his mind. How could he ever forget what Mo Ku looked like? He calmed down a lot, surprisingly. Although he still seemed stern and hostile, he regained his composure and didn't rush to action when facing his archenemy. "I heard that you made a lot of progress after you went back to the village. I didn't go to Four Corner Village with everyone else last time because I know you don't want to see me. Nevertheless, I was still happy for you when I heard the news about you," Mo Ku continued. He spoke as though they were still good friends who wished each other the best. "How happy are you?" Blind Tai asked in a flat voice. It was impossible to detect his emotion from his tone. "I'm genuinely happy for you," Mo Ku said. "At least at one point, we were brothers who went through thick and thin together." Brothers? A mocking smile crept onto Blind Tai's face. They were good brothers indeed. He only fell for a so-called brother like Mo Ku because he was naive and over-trusting when he first left the village. So many years have passed. Sometimes I also feel guilty for doing you wrong and letting you down in the past. However, since Four Corner Village has rejoined the rest of the world, we can let go of the bad blood and become friends again like in the old days. The Demon Cloud clan can be an ally for Four Corner Village as well, Mo Ku said. "So that we can be betrayed by you one more time?" Blind Tai said, "Your strength has increased for sure. But I'm more surprised that you are even more shameless now." Mo Ku stared at Blind Tai in silence for a short moment. Then he shifted his attention to Futian and said, "This young man from your village is much more arrogant than you when you first left the village." "He is better than me," Blind Tai replied. "Of course, he is far better than you, too, in every aspect." Blind Tai held Futian in high regard not only because of Futian's cultivation level but also for his character. Futian was far superior to Mo Ku and would never double-cross Blind Tai. "Is that so? I'm surprised that even you would praise him with such enthusiasm. No wonder he became so famous in such a short time. The entire Shangqing domain knows of his name by now." Mo Ku cracked a mirthless smile and took a deep look at Futian. After that, he turned around and walked toward the divine casket. His eyes sparkled with dark and golden demonic light. It seemed as if he had a pair of frightening demonic eyes. Moku took a few steps forward to approach the divine casket. Then he lowered his head and looked in its direction with a grave face. Although he criticized Yi Futian for being arrogant, he was well aware of the danger posed by the sacred remains. Muyun Lan was on a par with Moku, if not better. Yet even he bled from his eyes after one peek and was convinced that the sacred remains shouldn't be desecrated. How could Moku underestimate the power of the sacred remains? The terrifying black demonic light burst out of the demonic eyes. However, everything was annihilated when the ancient characters hit Moku's eyes. The runes bludgeoned into his head as though he was defenseless prey. Bang! He didn't dare to look for one more second. He protected his body with great demonic might and jumped back with all possible haste. He didn't cover his eyes as Muyun Lan did. Blood streamed from the tightly closed demonic eyes. He looked like a ghastly Azura. The sacred remains couldn't be seen. Yi Futian was not wrong. The sacred remains shouldn't be seen indeed. Anyone who attempted to look at it would suffer such an outcome. Moku was no exception. Muyun Lan and Moku had been defeated. Two extraordinary Renhuangs were wounded like this. What would happen to other average cultivators if they tried to look at the sacred remains too? No one dared to imagine. Muyun Lan and Moku were already mighty, second only to the mighty figures. Moku's eyes recovered in a short time. He shot a glance at Yi Futian after he opened his eyes. "Let's see how you will study the divine casket," Moku said to Yi Futian. Everyone fixed their gaze on Yi Futian. Yi Futian claimed that he would look at the sacred remains in the divine casket again. What would happen to him when two of the best cultivators couldn't withstand the power of the sacred remains? Yi Futian turned to Moku and replied, "Studying the divine casket is my business. It's not a performance for your benefit." Moku disregarded Yi Futian's response and said, "It's all the same." "Of course they are not the same. I'm not interested in looking at it yet," Yi Futian replied. He had no reason to be polite to Blind Tai's enemy. Moku lowered his head and stared at Yi Futian as a formless pressure was unleashed from his body and enveloped Yi Futian. But Yi Futian stared right back at him without any inhibition. His deep eyes were colored with some disdain and aloofness. No matter how powerful Moku's level of cultivation was, the things he did would not earn him any respect. Instead, they only made others despise him. An invisible storm appeared within the space. Behind Yi Futian, Blind Tai took a step forward, and a tremendous amount of great path power surged out of him and headed straight for the space. It clashed with the authoritative pressure that Moku had unleashed and actually transformed into this invisible storm, which created a suffocating feeling in this place. "Since you do not dare to look, then do not speak so boastfully." Just then, a voice came from afar. It sounded rather cold and distant, carrying a tinge of disdain. Everyone looked at where the voice came from to see a group of elegant-looking people. They were all in white, and their aura was intense, especially the leader of the group. He was overwhelmingly valiant-looking, particularly those eyes of his. His eyes didn't seem to look like the eyes of the other people, and they exuded an otherworldly beauty. "Cultivators from the palace of the illusory god," someone among the crowd muttered in a low voice. "That's Bai Yang from the palace of the illusory god." In no time, the leader of the group was quickly recognized as one of the palace of the illusory god's best disciples, Bai Yang. He was a direct disciple of the current illusory god, a level 6 perfect great path cultivator. His prowess was extraordinary, and he killed without leaving any traces. One look from him was enough to kill. "Palace of the illusory god." Yi Futian said this in his heart. Another enemy of Four Corner Village had appeared. When Four Corner Village was going through that change, none of the cultivators from the Demon Cloud nor the palace of the illusory god had appeared. These two factions of power had the deepest feud with Four Corner Village, and the divine techniques of Four Corner Village had gone to these two factions. Someone from the palace of the illusory god had once taken the Eye of Reincarnation from the one who was to inherit the divine techniques of Four Corner Village and put it into his own eye instead. That way, he robbed Four Corner Village of its divine techniques in this terribly cruel fashion. After Yi Futian thought about how Four Corner Village would have passed the divine techniques on, He guessed that the cultivator who got his eyes dug out by the palace of the illusory god was very likely to be connected to Duo-yu and was likely a senior related to Duo-yu by blood. That's why Duo-yu could be awakened and inherit the Eye of Reincarnation. If you dare, you can try it yourself, said Yi Futian very nonchalantly. Bai Yang spun around and looked toward Yi Futian. It took only an instant for Yi Futian to see a pair of terrifying eyes, a pair of eyes that could bring a person into an illusionary world. That pair of eyes seemed to be filled with divine light, which soon turned into a huge whirlpool that sucked in one's consciousness. He didn't say anything, and it took only one look at Yi Futian to bring Yi Futian into his world of eye sorcery. When everyone else saw Bai Yang turn around, as well as the divine light flowing in his gaze, they immediately understood that Bai Yang had used his eye sorcery on Yi Futian. Yi Futian's body appeared within the realm of the eye sorcery. An enormous shadow appeared near his body like a god of sorts. It held a long spear in its hand and was aiming it towards Yi Futian's body. This deity seemed impossible to fend off as it held the ultimate authority within the world of its eye sorcery. Boom! The terrifying deity brought its divine spear down as it made a stab at Yi Futian's body. In that instant, Yi Futian seemed especially minuscule. The spear of the deity came right down onto Yi Futian's body, but instead of going through Yi Futian, it was blocked from doing so. A surprised voice came out from the emptiness as the divine light around Yi Futian started flowing, and he looked into the emptiness within the illusionary realm. He said, "You wanted to try using an illusory method like eye sorcery to control my consciousness at your level of cultivation? You're not good enough." This voice resounded in the outside world as well because it had come out from Yi Futian's own mouth. Even though everyone could see that the two men were standing there without moving, they knew they had already started fighting. "Is that so?" Bai Yang said icily. The divine light in his eyes became even more terrifying as they shot straight towards Yi Futian's body. Many of them could sense an invisible force covering Yi Futian. Inside the world of the eye sorcery, Yi Futian continued standing there. A frightening windstorm started blowing towards him. It twisted and destroyed the space he was in as it threatened to swallow him as well. This was a true storm that attacked the spirit, and there was nowhere to hide in the space of the eye sorcery. That actual spiritual windstorm was like a knife that cut through the space as it hit Yi Futian's body, making him feel like he had been stabbed. But his body seemed to be protected by divine light as it stood there and looked towards the outside. Outside, Yi Futian's gaze had also become incredibly sharp as it cut through all emptiness and rushed straight into the other person's eye of reincarnation. In that instant, Bai Yang felt as if a terrifyingly sharp sword had stabbed right into his consciousness. This was eye sorcery. Yi Futian was also good at eye sorcery. Two frightening gazes collided, and a terrifying illusion appeared between their bodies. It was as if it was the image of the fight between their eye sorcery attacks. Boom! A chilly wind flew right into Bai Yang's eye, making him feel an extreme coldness that nearly stopped his thoughts from being able to move and threatened to freeze his very soul. Right there and then, Bai Yang wanted to stop using his eye sorcery, only to find that the divine light that shot out from Yi Futian's eyes had gone right into his consciousness. Within that illusion, everyone around them saw the frosty moon. They saw the incredibly gorgeous divine sword and the impossibly invincible long spear. A terrifying amount of great path divine light turned the tables as it enveloped all of Bai Yang's body within itself. Yi Futian's eyes became even more terrifying to look at, and everyone else's heart was palpitating. Was Yi Futian actually using eye sorcery to fight Bai Yang? Bai Yang's expression was clearly changing. It looked like he was struggling and wanted to get out of this fight, but the divine light had fully enveloped his body. He seemed to be completely entrenched inside and had no way of getting out. This really puzzled a lot of people. Bai Yang's best technique was eye sorcery, but the technique he was best at was now being attacked by the same thing. Worse still, he hadn't gained any advantage, and it wasn't wrong to say that he was actually losing now. "How dare you use the eye sorcery technique that you stole from someone else in front of me," spat Yi Futian. He took a step forward. With a loud explosion, Bai Yang's body flew backward. His face was deathly pale, and fresh blood seeped from his eyes. My goodness, everyone felt their hearts tremble when they saw this scene. Yi Futian's eyes slowly regained normalcy, but the way he looked at Bai Yang was still filled with nothing but disdain. Bai Yang's bleeding eyes opened to stare at Yi Futian. His face was as white as a sheet. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. He had used his best technique to attack Yi Futian but had been humiliated in return. He had literally asked for it. My goodness, is he really that powerful? All the cultivators thought as they all looked at Yi Futian. They had heard some rumors about how powerful Yi Futian was, but this was the first time they had watched him fight. Even the cultivators from those highly acclaimed factions of power were surprised. Yi Futian had used eye sorcery to defeat Bai Yang, an expert in the eye sorcery. What sorcery was this? They now looked at Yi Futian more respectfully than before. Few in the Shangqing domain could compare to someone with such gifting. Even the strongest fighters from the ancient royal family of Duan had been thoroughly thrashed by him and had admitted defeat. And now, Bai Yang had been soundly defeated by eye sorcery. Yi Futian didn't look at Bai Yang anymore and just walked towards where the divine casket was. Everyone's eyes followed his movement as he walked past them. What would happen when Yi Futian looked at the ancient body lying in the divine casket? Chapter 2165. You'd get used to it after a few times. Rumor had it that Yi Futian had looked into the divine casket back at Songyuan continent while Mu Yunlan could only watch on from the side. And now, they were going to witness this for themselves. Both Mu Yunlan and Mo Ku's eyes started bleeding when they looked upon the body. Was Yi Futian really able to look at the body without getting injured? They watched as that man with white hair continued to walk toward where the divine casket was. A terrifying aura of light shone in his eyes because those eyes of his seemed to be hiding true divine light within them. He had tried this several times when he was at Songyuan continent, so he knew how terrifying this corpse could be. He also knew how he could minimize the force that surged out of it. He walked all the way to one corner of the casket and took a glance into the casket. With just that one glance, he witnessed that incredible scene yet again. The body of Shunjia the great emperor had transformed into countless ancient inscriptions, and those inscriptions went right into his eyes and into his consciousness, causing his body to tremble slightly. Those beams of light had not only entered his eyes, but that frightening divine light had also enveloped all of Yi Futian's body. It was as if those inscriptions were printed directly onto his body. He's really done it. Everyone felt their hearts shudder when they saw this scene. They knew that Yi Futian must have looked upon the body inside the casket, otherwise, this amazing scene would not have happened. However, he did not end up getting thrown backward, and his eyes did not bleed. The inscriptions within the casket were even projected onto his body. This made a lot of them wonder, isn't a body lying within that divine casket? Where did these inscriptions come from? Were great and talented people like Mu Yunlan and Mo Ku unable to even glance at the inside of the casket because of these inscriptions? Then, how was Yi Futian able to do this? Wong. Just then, they watched as Yi Futian's body was thrown backward, and his eyes shut fast. Countless eyes were on him right now, so the vast space they were in seemed rather quiet. After a few moments, Yi Futian's eyes finally opened again. Tiny capillaries in his eyes had burst, and it was clear that it had been painful for him to resist the force from the casket earlier. His eyes had undergone a tremendous amount of pressure, but he managed to hang in there and look in a few more times. Mu Yunlan and Mo Ku had been unable to do it, but Yi Futian, who was only a level 5 Renhuang, had managed it. This made many of them gasp. Rumors didn't appear out of thin air. They had heard a lot about Yi Futian before this and how he was truly as capable as his fame claimed him to be. His gifts and potential were astonishing, and he was definitely no less powerful than Mu Yunlan or Mo Ku. What do you think now? Someone in the crowd looked up at Mo Ku and asked. It was Fang Huan from Four Corner Village. He knew everything about what Mo Ku and the demon cloud had done. As a cultivator from the village, Fang Huan also viewed Mo Ku as an enemy. Before this, all these cultivators threatened Yi Futian, and many of them had thought too highly of themselves. They thought that Yi Futian was being arrogant and wasn't truly as powerful as the rumors claimed he was. But how about now? Mo Ku looked down at Fang Huan. His aloof gaze carried some frostiness. He had been rather surprised, too, and didn't think that Yi Futian would have been capable of this. It seemed like this white-haired young man who had stormed the ancient royal family of Duan and gained the recognition of Four Corner Village was not simple at all. "He's really not bad," replied Mo Ku. After that, he looked towards Yi Futian and asked, "How did you do that?" He had looked into the divine casket before too, and he knew what was going on in there. One glance had been enough to strike fear in his heart till today. Even though he still wanted to look in, his heart was extremely wary. So how did that Yi Futian actually do it? Yi Futian turned to look at Mo Ku and said, "You'd get used to it after a few times. Do you want to come and try?" Everyone looked oddly at Yi Futian. Why did his words sound so fake? If one looked into the divine casket a few more times, you'd get used to it. Was this fellow trying to fool Mo Ku? Mo Ku looked at Yi Futian rather doubtfully as well. After a few times? His heart still felt fearful after just that one glance into the casket. Would he really become used to it if he tried looking again? If that was the case, then why didn't Muyun Lan try again? "Are you trying to fool me?" asked Mo Ku as he stared at Yi Futian. He was sure there was something special about Yi Futian. Since he could do something that neither himself nor Muyun Lan had been able to, there must be something about him that the two of them didn't have, allowing him to gaze into the casket. "Before this, you asked me a question and refused to believe my answer. Now, you're asking me a question again, and you still don't want to take my word for it. In that case, why bother asking me?" retorted Yi Futian. Mo Ku kept his eye on Yi Futian as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. If not for the fact that he was a little wary today, he would have unleashed an attack on Yi Futian to force him to say how he had done it. But cultivators from both Four Corner Village and the ancient royal family of Duan were here. Also, they were right outside the domain chief's manor. Since there was probably nothing he could do, he decided not to attack. "If you're not going to look at it, then I'm going to continue looking," said Yi Futian to Mo Ku before going back towards that same upper corner of the divine casket again. At this moment, countless eyes were frozen as they stared at Yi Futian in shock. Was he serious? Was it true that he was getting used to it after taking a few more looks, as he said earlier? Mo Ku had an equally puzzled look on his face when he watched Yi Futian. Yi Futian was really using his own actions to prove his point. Before this, Yi Futian had already proved himself with his own actions. He said that he could look into the casket, and he really did it. Countless eyes watched as Yi Futian stood diagonally above the casket and looked in. Again, it only took one glance for light to envelope him and for that gorgeous divine light to shoot out at Yi Futian. "He's doing it again." Chen Yi shook his head as he looked at Yi Futian. He understood this fellow now. Yi Futian went all out no matter what and didn't seem to understand the concept of staying low-key. So many people were here right now, and many of them would be watching him closely. Chen Yi was right. Many cultivators from the Shangqing domain and other top factions of power were all here. Some had walked over, while some remained in the shadows. But regardless of where they were, they all looked towards that white-haired person in the air. There was even a group of people standing in the air inside the domain chief's manor. They, too, looked at Yi Futian's body. But actually, Yi Futian wasn't trying to attract attention. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Back in the Tsungyuan continent, he had wanted to take a few more looks at this casket so that he could comprehend the secrets within, but it had been taken away, and there was nothing he could do about it. This left him feeling empty and disappointed. So when Duan Qiong suggested coming here, he agreed to it without hesitation and immediately came out to view the body in the casket. He knew that he didn't have much more time to do this, and he had already gained some enlightenment from looking at the corpse. As everyone else continued to watch, Yi Futian looked into the casket several more times. In fact, the amount of time he could spend looking increased the more times he tried to take a look. It was as if what he said earlier was right, one could really get used to it after a few times. Thus, the hesitant and indecisive Mo Ku from before decided to take a step forward again. It seemed as if he believed what Yi Futian said and wanted to try again. Everyone was puzzled by what Mo Ku was doing. He walked up and took a look at the sacred remains in the divine casket. Moku growled after taking a single look. His body was sent reeling, and blood dripped from his eyes again. The scene was harrowing. The hell? Everyone around looked at Yi Futian, who was standing in front. We'd get used to it after taking several looks. How are we supposed to keep looking like that? They wondered. Moku had only taken a look on his second try, and his eyes were still filled with blood. How are we supposed to keep looking? We will probably go blind if we look one more time, let alone several. This is terrible, they thought. It was then that all of them realized that Yi Futian was toying with Moku. There was no way one could get used to it just by looking more. Yet Moku actually believed those ridiculous claims of his. Yi Futian had tried this personally, taking repeated looks at the sacred remains. It was indeed as he had put it, he eventually got used to it. Moku would not have been duped otherwise. Moku opened his eyes moments later, and the look in his eyes was filled with cold, killing intent. He saw how effortless and graceful Blind Tai and Yi Futian had behaved before. Yet, being repeatedly fooled by Yi Futian in front of everyone was something that someone of his status could hardly stomach. It was true embarrassment. One could easily imagine his mood at that moment. Formless power emanated from Moku. Someone was seen shooting into the sky. It was none other than Blind Tai. Blind Tai had also decided to release a powerful aura, which shrouded over Moku. Seemingly, he was trying to remind Moku to remember his place. Moku sensed that aura and shot a look at Blind Tai, yet his eyes were still filled with killing intent. There was still blood beneath his eyes, making him look rather eerie. There are things that one is not worthy of looking at, and there is nothing that one can do to change it. It's not like all those years ago, where one could take whatever one wished, Blind Tai said, jabbing at Moku being unworthy of looking at the sacred remains. You never changed, did you? Still as blunt with your words as ever, Moku said plainly. If I were unworthy of looking at the divine casket, isn't that the same as saying that no cultivator in the Shangqing domain would be worthy of doing so? While my words do not sound pleasant, it is the truth. It is what it is, and I myself am not worthy of doing so either. Is there any reason for me to sugarcoat it? Blind Tai replied. He had, of course, gotten to know Moku better after what had happened all those years ago, that the man he once called a brother was someone who would get what he wanted by any means necessary. What he said earlier was deliberately worded to provoke him, but given that his conscience was clear, he didn't mind at all. While what Blind Tai said didn't sound nice, everyone who was present was a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain, and some were indeed very, very powerful. As such, they knew that Blind Tai was telling the truth. These were not just any sacred remains but the remains of Shunjia the great emperor and a god of ancient times. If they were not allowed to look at it, that would only mean that they were indeed not worthy. There was nothing to be ashamed about. Moku moved his sight away from Blind Tai and turned to Yi Futian. He walked up to Yi Futian after seeing the other man was about to retreat, shrouding massive pressure over Yi Futian, placing a lockdown on the space Yi Futian occupied. He coldly said, if you're already used to it, why not take a few more glances instead of retreating? The divine light around Yi Futian was terrifying enough that Moku closed his eyes all of a sudden, about to retreat, yet he was prevented from doing so by the powers of the Great Path. Boom! He emitted a huge pressure, which he then withdrew. Blind Tai attacked after sensing what was happening. He brought down a divine hammer from above, viciously aiming at Moku. Moku raised his hand and grabbed outward. A massive hand took hold of the spectre of that divine hammer, and the mighty pressure of the Great Path swept all over the place, causing a harrowing storm below as it traveled downwards, causing many to reel from the shock right away. What are you two doing outside the domain chief's manor? A voice came from the domain chief's manor. The voice was heard before the man was seen. A group of people then walked out of the domain chief's manor and emerged in the air, looking at Moku and Blind Tai fighting each other. Moku pulled his hand back, and Blind Tai stopped attacking as well. Yi Futian retreated and glanced at Moku. There were young men and women, as well as powerful elders that had just emerged. They concealed their powers. Also, they needed to stand in midair in order to cast a faint pressure over everyone. The leader was a middle-aged man who was the son of the domain chief's manor of Shangqing Domain, Zhu Muhuang. He could also be called the young master of the domain chief's manor. His powers were towering, and he was already one of the most powerful cultivators to be found in the Shangqing domain. He was at level 9 of the Great Path. Even the titans among the top-notch cultivation forces wouldn't have many among them capable of winning against Zhu Muhuang. The father and son of the Shangqing domain were both standing at the very pinnacle. Of course, given that even Zhu Muhuang himself had trained for over 100 years, the chief was definitely much older. He was someone of supreme power among those of the previous generation. However, due to Zhu Muhuang having unparalleled training, he appeared rather young, around 40. In the Shangqing domain, few dared to be disrespectful to that young master. This was due to his status and because his powers were more than enough to put a great many powerful fighters in the domain in their place. "Greetings, young master," many greeted. Those with weaker powers had even bowed to Zhu Muhuang. The man stood where he was and scanned the crowd before saying, "At ease, everyone. This divine casket was brought here from the Tsangyuan continent. It is unimaginably mystical yet very dangerous. That was why my father forbade anyone from looking at it, but if any of you would like to take a look, the domain chief's manor won't stop you. However, the consequences are all yours. You all are the best that the Shangqing domain has to offer. Anybody who would like to learn about the divine casket is welcome to do so. There is simply no need for fights," Zhu Muhuang elaborated. Although both Mo Ku and Blind Tai were powerful cultivators and of advanced age themselves, if one were to really go about counting, they would probably be deemed juniors to Zhu Muhuang, especially in the case of Blind Tai. Blind Tai was probably the youngest and was probably far younger than Zhu Muhuang. As such, it was only natural for Zhu Muhuang's words to carry immense weight. "Forgive us for our impulsiveness, Muhuang," Mo Ku cupped his hands and said. Despite his status, he still had nothing to brag about before Zhu Muhuang. "Right." Zhu Muhuang nodded. "My father invited cultivators from all over, and we would not wish to see any altercations break out. Should there be any personal feud among you, I'd advise you to try not to act on them here. With you being the one giving the word, I shall do as you say, Muhuang," Mo Ku replied, and Blind Tai nodded. Zhu Muhuang nodded and turned his eyes back to Yi Futian. "Your reputation precedes you, Emperor Yi. You're indeed as dashing as you are reputed to be." Everyone was stunned. Zhu Muhuang was of such prestigious standing that he could afford to ignore Mo Ku and Blind Tai. He did not need to be courteous, even to the many titans from the many cultivation forces out there. Yet, he seemed to have taken a liking to Yi Futian very much, complimenting the man as he did. Zhu Muhuang, a young master of the domain chief's manor of Shangqing domain. Level 9, Perfection in Great Path. Yi Futian looked at the middle-aged man and recalled Duan Qiong's introduction. According to Duan Qiong, not even her father, Duan Tianxiong, would beat Zhu Muhuang. Furthermore, one could tell just how ambitious he was from his name alone. Zhu Muhuang. Just how many expectations had his father piled on his son? Was he hoping for his son to become the great emperor then? Yi Futian had been in 2 domains before, the Donghua domain and the Shangqing domain. The ones from the domain chief's manor were all mighty. There were Ning Yuan and Ning Hua from Donghua domain, and both were mighty beings. The way Yi Futian saw it, those of the domain chief's manor who ruled over the 18 domains in Donghuang the Great Stead were all supreme beings in their own right. All of them were titans, and the powers of such people were every bit on par with those who served the great imperial palace directly. Said titans could actually be more powerful instead. It would seem that the establishment of the domain chief's manor reigning over the 18 domains was anything but simple. The years in which Donghuang the Great ruled over the divine prefectures were not all that long. The nobles of the divine prefectures carved up their own territories, and powerful beings were aplenty. Donghuang the Great would naturally need to enlist the help of those who were of supreme powers, to begin with, if he were to rule over the divine prefectures. That was probably how the domain chief's manors of the 18 domains came about. They weren't necessarily considered closed ones of Donghuang the Great. "You speak too highly of me, senior." Yi Futian bowed slightly. Despite being the young master, he was nonetheless Yi Futian's senior, so there was nothing wrong for him to address him as such. I know a thing or two about your exploits. You hail from Donghua domain, then went to Four Corner Village. You've gotten acquainted with the ancient royal family of Duan. You are nothing less than extraordinary. It is a pity that Ning Yuan of the Donghua domain's domain chief's manor overlooked your brilliance, wanting to actually kill someone of your caliber. I wonder what was he thinking. Zhu Muhuang then said to Yi Futian, if you intend to train in the domain chief's manor of Shangqing Manor, you'd be welcome to do so by both my father and me. Everyone was stunned upon hearing what Zhu Muhuang just said. The first thing he did after coming outside was try to get Yi Futian to his side. He had actually invited him to train in the domain chief's manor. One could tell that he was incredibly impressed with Yi Futian and wanted to capitalize on this opportunity. Furthermore, he was totally unfazed by the powers at Donghua domain and voiced Ningyuan's mistakes just like that. One could tell that the domain chief's manors were hardly acquainted with each other and left each to their own devices. So long as Yi Futian was willing to agree to join the domain chief's manor, he would definitely be able to rise to greater heights in terms of status. By then, not even those from the Donghua domain could easily do anything against him. Yi Futian was rather surprised by the treatment. This treatment was rather ironic given that he had intended to train in the domain chief's manor back at the Donghua domain. Instead, it was he had been set up and hunted instead. When he had lost all such intentions, those of the domain chief's manor of the Shangqing domain extended their invitation instead. However, he was no longer in a state suitable for doing so. He had joined Four Corner Village prior and was already one of them. He was not about to abandon the village for the domain chief's manor. I'm sorry, senior. I've joined Four Corner Village, and it would be unsuitable for me to train in the domain chief's manor. I'm afraid that I have no choice but to pass up the offer. Truly, I beg for your forgiveness, Yi Futian replied. Blind Tai, Fang Huan, and the others nodded in silence. Those from the village had indeed been right about Yi Futian. He would have received more benefits, and great ones at that, if he were to choose the domain chief's manor over the village. However, given that he had become one of the cultivators of the Four Corner Village and the village had decided to train openly in the world, that itself would then make the village one of the titans in the Shangqing domain. Given the circumstances, he couldn't join either without renouncing membership of the other. If the village were to remain closed to the world, it wouldn't have been a problem. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.